Hey, 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 Trader fam. Happy Tuesday. It is, what time is it? It is Tuesday, May 16th. It's a beautiful 56 degrees over here in Southern California. And just wrap up a few things real quick. All right, so I left the heat map up there, so I kind of take a little gander at it before we jump into it, so we have to take a little time to do so. Here we go. Let's move this forward. Move around some things off the system last night, so we're going to scan it for everybody. Progress. Testing on it. Alright, let's take a look at SPY. See what SPY did up today. Overall market looks to be green. The Russell 2000 is up 1.22%. We got the S&P 500 that is up 0.34%. Nasdaq up 0.54%, and the Dow Jones is sitting at it's up 0.17. So green across the board so far. Yesterday we started off the morning red, but we turned green, so we're going to flip on us today. We don't know. We just take the cards that are handed to us. So. Check. You can throw out your trading day. Just go ahead and hit refresh every now and then to make sure that you are online for one, and two, the data that you're seeing is correct. So, welcome Bullfrog and TA. This is their second day at it. Like I said, we're gonna, as we progress, we're going to get fine-tune everything and get everything all up and going, and we should be ready to move after that. But we do have live scanners coming in after I leave at 10:30. Those hours may change. I may hang out with you guys a little bit longer. I'll hit report out. I kind of need the time for guys to conduct this and make this happen for everybody. And like I said, I want today hit that like and subscribe button. It really helps with the algorithm. Loop so that we're coming out, viewers, grow to be a bigger, better community, and bring different opportunities and offers out to folks out there. So definitely hit that like and subscribe. And if you do this, we do have a Discord. The link is in the description below. Also, we have that QR code box right there on your screen. So just go hit that with the camera. It'll direct you right here to the trading floor. Just go ahead and get an information. Simple stuff, folks. It's just respect the trading floor, and it's just basically that. You hit like, or you go ahead and give a thumbs up or whatnot, and then all of a sudden you're on the trading floor. Inside the trading floor, we have all kinds of different rooms. We have what do we got inside there? We have, of course, our main chat. We'd like to give our updates, our YouTube channels, anything important. One second. Okay. So yeah, in the Discord we have the main channel there, kind of gives you a little bit about us, some really important news we throw inside there. We got our family hearts and photos. Basically, we're one big family over here that we're growing consistently on a daily basis to really refine our talent that we all truly have. If you can make it this far, and you made it through all this, especially the last 3 years, the downfall that we all been playing with and manipulation. So That's a great place to go and throw your photos or whatnot, and share that little bit of love that you got, and everybody kind of connects through that. We do have a live trading floor inside there. We have a war room, so people that don't really want the riffraff, on the trading floor, there's a nice quiet place that you can go and trade with others inside there as well. We have a live crypto channel constantly going 24 hours, so if you haven't yet, go ahead and take a look at that. It's, of course, right here at Bullfrog TA on YouTube. So we have that live crypto floor there that we have awesome crypto traders, especially we have Charles. We're blessed to have this guy named Charles, and he's not just a guy, he's a family member and a very close friend. So he's very knowledgeable when it comes to crypto. Definitely take a look at that. He's always posting stuff inside the channel there, up to date current affairs, coming to crypto related type articles. We do have some classrooms coming shortly to that Discord. We're gonna have classes that you're gonna be able to sit down one-on-one and refine your trading strategies, or possibly let's begin your journey with trading and starting that road of financial independence and financial literacy. So that's pretty much what we're about here over at the Bullfrog and TA. We like to educate others and educate each other while we're there. This is not just one directed. It takes two to make this thing work, and it's a lot of fun inside there. Further down, at times we do throw some concerts in there. We have some family members that do go ahead and throw some movies up. So we have movie nights, cards against humanity. If you we got that inside there. Most people, if they prefer to have some something else, we can always change that up. So that's the great thing about this community, that it's flexible to totally fine suit everybody. So, like I said, we have 1 second. We got RJ there. Thank you, RJ. Appreciate that, pal. How are you this morning? Volume's low and music is loud. Thank you, pal. I appreciate that. Those don't know, we got RJ here. He's on the trading floor. I mean, from the day I met this guy to where he is now, it's just unbelievable. I really rely on him, and he saves me quite often as far as the inside news. So appreciate to have you around, RJ. That's right. That's what it's all about. All right, bud. Okay, again, like I said, folks, we're a tight family. That's how we work here. If you want to come in and say hello or give your insights, then you're more than welcome to. Like you said, it's just not one person here. It's not a I. This is a we over here. And it works very well for us. So. All right, so let's do a little bit of Discord. Like I said, the link's in the description. Go ahead and just use things. I know that's kind of annoying. I forgot I had that background music. And microphone, we got it up. Turn this up just a little bit there. All right, thanks, RJ. I appreciate that. All right, again, folks. So we got through the Bullfrog TA. That part of the business is done. What else? Now let's go over to the charts. Let's have some fun today. So we got, it's about 5:39 here, which would make it what is it? 5, 6, 7. 8:39 there in the East Coast. It's pretty easy math. Still waking up here, folks. All right, so let's take a look at what we got going with SPY first. Remember, that's one thing we always wanted to see. What's going with SPY? What's going on with the Qs? What is their points of resistance? I'm not saying that they can, they completely control the overall market. Remember, things, SPY wants to go down, and everything else kind of tends to drag with it. But of course, there's so many earnings going out throughout the day. So many splits, different information that triggers stocks to continue to move one way or another, as long as you can diagnose which way that they're going to be going. It benefits you a lot. So we're going to go ahead, like I do every day. Let's go over and take a look at SPY. I watch every day. We can always pop in and look at SPY, just kind of give us an idea where we're at with it. So right now, ooh, wow, okay. So right now, what I'm seeing with SPY on the daily, the RSI, we're mid-range on RSI. Remember, once we get up and over the 80, then that's when it's going to get, it's very vulnerable. So that's when you want to kind of thinking about exiting or possibly entering for a short real quick, and or possibly scalp, whatever, wherever you prefer. Swing, day trade, all depending, because things do go up and go sideways a little bit. That's kind of what we want at times. We want that upwards, sideways consolidating, and continue that upward trend. And the reverse side of that, if you were to get a downtrend, consolidate, more times than less, then we'll continue that downtrend after the consolidating. So remember your patterns, remember how things work. So right away you hear me say, oh, wow. Just real quick, let's just throw it up so that you kind of see what I see on the half hour. We can, let's just go ahead and delete all that. Let's start fresh. Certain lines on different rigs, I have them set up to where I keep my lines, but I'm a momentum trader. I understand those lines do matter. You'll see them. I'll have them there. But I like to give myself a fresh look at something. So, right now I just deleted all my lines. Am I scared and all that? Nope, because I have those already recorded on another computer and another platform, also on these platforms as well. So, not worried about that. But what it kind of does, it kind of gives everybody here a clear view of what I'm dealing with, or what we're dealing with. Let me get rid of this guy, and I kind of see if later as we go, we can see if somebody, people can point out these certain patterns and how they're reacting. But what I'm seeing right here is a bullish pattern happening. And I'll bring it to live right now so you guys kind of see it as well. All right. This is the daily, okay? So you can kind of see on the daily here. Let me open this up, widen this up. Let's just do evaluation on the daily. Daily right now, you can see that we did drop down. We got that upwards consolidating move. Okay, what is that? What did we just explain on that? That indicates we have more time less than we're having a continuous upwards trend. Okay, so we got the upwards consolidate. Right. So right now I already got one clue already. Okay, remember. All these indications and all these different patterns, not one of them is 100% right, okay? But it takes all this collaboration to actually refine and know exactly which way the market is going, okay? So right away, I saw a bullish pattern already. I did find the upwards consolidating, okay? Next, I want to ask, where are we at with our crosses, okay? We got the 55 up above, our 100, and we have our 200 below our 100. That puts us in a golden cross. So you kind of see how the 55, I don't know if I open this up a little bigger. Okay. You kind of see how the 55 already started crossing over here. So we started getting that natural reaction of the death breath. Okay, so that's what this little bit was anticipating what this was getting ready to crash. Okay, and then what does it do? It dumps after that last breath. That's that reaction, okay? It kind of tapped to 100 to 55, tapped to 100 a couple times here. But so what that's kind of telling me there, it found some support at this line, okay? That it just didn't allow it just to dump down, all right? So I'm finding support, which is a positive for the upside. So I got more positives than I have negatives thus far. So right now you can see the 55 is getting close to the 100, so that's iffy point. But that's kind of, I'm not going to say this is a pinch, but it's kind of like where everything's coming down into a bottleneck, and we're going to go one way or the other. So that's what I'm seeing it there as well. So next, let's go down and let's hit an oscillator. Okay, that's what we have here. That's these green lines that we have. Okay, if I put my arrow right here, above this line would be the bulls. Below it would be the bears. Okay, now let's bring it up to date right here. You can see that we have the bulls coming in town right now. Okay, we are above that line on the oscillator. Okay, so we got volume coming in. That's what we have here. Let's watch these volumes show indications. Sometimes you can even watch the volumes and throw your lines on volumes. And of course, along with SMI and the RSI, throw lines on there. So you're gonna get the same reaction that we're getting up here. You can see it all in the same places. Of course, if you see our stock running up, but the RSI going down, well, what do we have there, folks? We have divergence. Okay, that's showing volatility. It's showing something's ready to happen. So So right now, I got some positives, no negatives for the upside. Okay, now let's go ahead and now we know. Okay, where are we going to go with this possible next move? Okay. Wow, I didn't see that. Oh, that was last. Okay, I forgot I was on a daily. Okay, we know that at this point it's going to want to come back and retest the prior. What was that? The 117.62 or excuse me, 417.62. Okay, that's where we want to retouch. Okay, I got to give myself, this is on the daily. Let me give myself on the daily right now. You typically want to do this on a half hour or all depending on how fast you're trading this. But I want to give myself a no-go zone. Okay, like I am out. Let this thing just do what it wants. Okay, and I'm gonna find those in prior positions, prior locations in the past, just to kind of give me an indication where it kind of gets poopered out, and that's and what I mean by that is basically where these have started or candles have started or ended the most at this point. Okay, that's what we're looking for. Okay, so I'm gonna kind of look for that even for my bottom. Okay, I'm seeing that, hey, you know, we came up right here and we went up a little bit, but then, you know, not struggled because we held support. Okay, so we kind of went up sideways right there. Okay, me personally on the daily, if I were to play this on a daily chart, okay, I'm gonna give myself that 410.97 for a no-go zone. I am out completely. I'm not gonna, you know, anticipate that. You could pick that up off of how I just did it right there, or there's other indicators that you can use on your charting and give yourself something like give yourself a channel. Okay, you know, you got to break above the channel. Okay, and you know that if you break below the channel, then we're coming down to test priors lows. Okay, so just these are little things that you can use to help indicate or anticipate where the market is going. Let's get this off of there real quick. I want to see if I can trick it and do two at once. Yep, done. Nope, that didn't work. All right. So we know we got the uppers. Now we're looking. I got the downwards on here. I know that, hey, we're gonna get some movement coming pretty soon. It's kind of crazy, even like, you know, making that kind of assumption because of how our market is right now. I know recently or not recently, but anyway, this morning on the trading floor, information starts piling in, pre-market and all that, and you know, I already know we had more of a rate hike happen that put through. Like I said, I'm not a politician. I don't get in politics. That's not my job. My job is to read the charts. So at times you'll see me, wow, there's so much going on over here. You know, why isn't he talking about? Well, you know what? Because that doesn't pertain to my trading style, my strategy. You know, there's always gonna be something moving. You know, so and that's what I got to do. That's my job, is to find the ones moving, catch them before the halts, catch them before the movements. You know, type deal, and share that with everybody. Hence the reason why we got this YouTube channel. So we're here to help either refine and beat the market makers. You know, us retail traders, we got to stick together here. You know what I mean? And really come in and push everything around. So let me mute this one real quick. Okay. So basically, let's go back to this. Got a lot more positive negatives. Okay, we see our pattern happening. We found support with our moving averages. We can go down. You can kind of see that this line I'm kind of like highlighting right here, and this blue line I'm highlighting. Those are EMAs. You can see they crossed. Once these cross over, that's another indication that's coming down and going up. But it seems to be that we have and that's basically when the dark blue line is above the light blue line. That's where you can see we're making money. Okay, when that light dark blue flips over that light blue line, okay, we're not making money, and it shows it right here if you can see through all this clutter. And then all of a sudden flip back over to the other side, we're making money. So use those indications to say, hey, okay, hey, what is the EMA saying? Which way are we going with it? Right now, it found that support in the blue lines right in above it. So that means that it's holding its strength. We're ready to get some upwards movement. Okay. So now we got just the chart, just a few things that we have laid out here. We found out our high point, got our low point, and where was it? Right here. Okay, that's my no-go zone, and done. Okay, so kind of figure out what chart here. You got indicator folks. We have Excuse me. I'm using, if those that want to know right here, I'm using the alligator. I have it set up to my color preference. And then I'm using my EMAs. I'm using my EMA 10 and I'm using my EMA 5. The dark blue line is my 5, and the excuse me, the light blue is EMA 10. Okay, so if you have any questions, always go back to chat, and then I'll take a look at it and see what and try to explain much as I can as I go, as long as this time is permitting. So. All right, so then let's go down over to here. Now we're down here on our SMI. We're checking on the oscillator. Oscillator says, hey, the bulls are here. Do we have room on the oscillator? Okay, we're going to hit 2 birds with 1 stone right here. Let's look back in the prior right now. Okay, where are we in this range? We're at midpoint in this range. Can we pick up at mid range? Yes, we've done it several times in the past. Okay, look at that one. That was a little kind of scary. Got up and then boom, just rug pulled there. But basically, how much room can we go? Well, not too long ago, we could say right here on, it's kind of long ago, November 5th of 21, that's the last time we touched this line right here. Okay, that high. We got another one that just about touched that prior high, and that was on 8/15 of 22. Wow, I can't believe we're actually going to go back and touch these numbers right now. Excuse me. So right now, do we have room for the upside? Yep. But guess what? We have just enough room to the downside. So SMI is 50-50. It's showing support. I want to see some more support on this SMI. Okay. Now I'm going to use the oscillator for that gauge. I wish I can zoom this in a lot better. TradingView works a lot zooms in a lot better. So work on another platform right now. Just need to run it, need to test it before we bring it over here, and then we'll go ahead and run that those charting platforms. So anyway, right now we're halfway point. The bulls are in town. Okay, we're getting volume here, getting some volume action, and now so I got a 50-50 on the SMI. Okay. More like a 60-40 because I got some backup here with the volume with the oscillator. Okay, I've seen that the bulls are in town. Next thing I want to do, I want to look at my RSI. Okay, RSI, we can see that we do have a downtrend here. Go color coordinate that. We do have a downtrend here. That's what we're seeing right here in the RSI. Okay, can it continue that downtrend? You know, me personally, I liked it. I rather see it come all the way down, so I know that, hey, we got all this room to come up. That gives me a lot more security. Seeing that we're going to be picking it up halfway, your chances, chances of it going one way or another, a lot higher than it is when that thing's at the RSI is at the bottom and the SMI is at the bottom. So. Hence the reason why I like them when at the bottom. It's probably, that's less thinking, which is better, So, do we have room on the RSI? Yes. Are we on a downtrend? Yes. Could you consider this an upward trend? Yes. That's what we're seeing here. We got that down and that up. So I'm seeing right here right away, before we take too much time into this, but it's very important. Look at your SPY, you guys. Look at your TQQs, SPXs. Look at those. Look at your Teslas. Look at your Apples. Those are the things that are going to really gauge where the market's going to be moving and how much flex we're going to be able to get out of it. So, because remember, even at times, SPY can run another $10, but the whole overall stock would, the market will just sit there like dead and stale. Those happen. So. But it is very important to know where SPY is going before you enter the day's trades. So I can see that possibly in the next couple of days we might have that breakout. If not, we might get that breakout even sooner. I took my lines from the top of the wicks and the bottom of the wicks. I could take the top of the bodies and bring this in, and it might even pop today. Okay, I give myself that little extra because I'm going to be paying attention to it because I already know this is going to happen. So if it happens right before that, then I'm going to know. You can always go over here, if you're charting with Webull or whatnot, okay, and just give yourself an alarm right there, right? Set an alert. Done. When it hits that point, you already have your DD on it. You know that we're going to be carrying on, and you can rinse and repeat the same method on every ticker that you use. Use your alarms. You know, if you're not ready to get in now and you want a certain buy price, set those alarms. You know what that allows you to do, instead of you sitting around twiddling your thumbs, watching it, waiting for it to come down, and possibly FOMOing in, it allows you to go out and explore different other opportunities. Okay, so use your alarms. Use all these tools. You know, they're there for a reason. So we set our alarm there. RSI. This is the daily. Let's just take a peek, gander over here at the 4 hour. We can see that we're getting close to the wedge. I see that same wedge pattern coming in here. That's a really nice one, actually, man. So, excuse me. We might get that high break, but let's go see what SQQQ says first before we make any decision. So, same thing with our SMI and our RSI. We are halfway point. You can see now here on the 4 hour that we are in an upward trend. You kind of see that downwards here, but then we still hold an upwards trend. Okay. Once we get towards that 80, like I said, folks, this is when we're going to start seeing volatility, and that's when we're going to start seeing money moving. Okay, so keep an eye out for those. Keep an eye out for your buys as well. So we want to know what's going on right now. You know, we're not trading this at the moment, so I don't think the 1 minute is really appropriate. But let's just go down the 5 minute and just kind of like get an idea of what it's doing. You know, well, 5 minute, we already know that our RSI has already found its support, and it's ready to go to the upside. How much room do we have? We have the whole room. We have a whole lot of space to go to the upside. So, excuse me. So we got the RSI checked out. SMI. This is very important. Let's see if we can get that in. Bring this over. Look at the SMI. It just scooped it up. So remember, when that light blue is on top of that purple line, we're making money. That's an uptrend. Okay. So I'm seeing that the SMI, which is harder to get it to react than an RSI. An RSI can drop all the way down, reset, and come all the way up, as the SMI basically sat there and chilled. You know, so it doesn't come down as far if you want to look at it that way. So I'm seeing that SMI is ready to trigger. I do see. Remember, this is our halfway point right here on our oscillator. That the bears are leaving town. As you can see, it's getting smaller, and we're ready for the bulls to take over, do their thing. So 5 minute, I see upside. RSI, we got to check for the upside. Oscillator, we check. That's for the upside. We got our volume bar here. You can see how negative we are. Now we're coming down. Next 2 bars, so next 10 minutes, we should see an upwards trend. Okay, that's what I'm seeing off of these volumes. So I got all kinds of indicators that I'm trying to add up to see which one outweighs the other. Okay, so right now, pattern, we got an upward pattern going on here, upward trend line. This is on the 1 minute. So I'm hoping we can stick with that. Okay. Does it have to stick on that trend line? No way. That's just the gauge. Just to see if hey, we're going to stick on this trend line. You'd be amazed how they actually ride those trend lines. You can like pat yourself on the back, you know. But at any given time, it can do a reversal, and that trend line ain't going to make sense. So trend lines are made to be moved. Okay. On once you get your daily or your weekly trend line, you're never really hardly going to be moving those. You want to stick those to where they're at, unless it breaks as well. But when you run the 1 minute, the 5 minute, 30-second stuff, you're gonna have to. If you can't see it in your eyes, where you have to throw it on charts, you know you're gonna be moving that trend line. So, see, I was ready to move at any given time. Okay, so now I'm trying to figure out, okay, when is this gonna break out? It's ready to break out right now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to those trend lines. Remember, this is just giving me an idea of possibly where it wants to break out. Okay, so we know this doesn't work no more, right? So let's just toss that over there. Okay, now I'm looking at this. All right, this is a possible setup for that breakout for the upside. Why did I say that? Is because let's run off of this line here. You can see how we had that decision candle, and it closed red. Obviously, we're going to go into the downside. Now, if this decision candle, what I mean by that, see how the equal amount of wick is on top than is at the bottom. If that closed blue, then that is one of 2 confirmations that you need before you enter that trade, or that it is going to the upside. Okay, so right here I can see that we're breaking into this wedge here, and it's saying, just like I saw on, did I see? Yeah, I think I saw it on here. In about 10 minutes, that's when I would assume. Remember, this is all assumption here. That it would be that we move into the high side. Okay, and what I like to do is just go ahead when I find things like that. I'm going to go ahead. Excuse me, coffee. I'm going to go ahead and put a line there. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark my green just to remind myself, because now I can leave this chart, for the next 10 minutes until it hits there and do my own thing. But I'm going to put a green as a reminder that, hey, that it's going for the upside. Now, if I felt that it was going to drop out of this wedge and come to the downside, then I would make this line red. So things start moving fast. I already have my DD. I already have things there to protect me, to help, to help organize the input of where I just left from. You know what I'm saying? Put a bunch of little reminders out there and stuff like that, just to get the process of thinking done real quick, so I can get in and get out as fast as I can. That's that's what you need to do. So 5 minute looks like, the 5 minute looks like we got some high side coming. So SPY overall, I say that we're going to be going back and retesting the prior highs. So now we did this. Let's go ahead and put it back to the daily. Now what I need to, just as positive I got out of SPY, I need to, wow, look at that mumbo jumbo. I need to get the same amount of feeling for SQQs, but remember, they run against each other. So I need that same amount of bad news for SQQs, okay, that I got off of the positive I have off of SPY, to make sense out of it. Okay, that's why I'm looking at one side to the other. Another way to make it, I use SPY. You can use the TQQs and then use the SQQs if need to be, or just the triple Qs. So this is just the way I like it. I've seen the results of it before, and it works for me. So now we're on the daily. Let's go over here. Okay, we do have a bottom. We have a downward trend line that's been following. The RSI right now is coming down right at the bottom. Look at this. It's right at the bottom. Okay, so this daily on SPY is saying that, hey, you know what? I got plenty of room to go up. But it took, just say for example, from this point here, this was 331 of this year, and the high right there is 425. So these don't happen overnight, especially on the daily. So keep that in mind. It's going to take a while for that to get back up, but it is an upward trend. Now, could it do something just like this? I think that's what's going to happen. And why do I think what's happening? Because of all these rate hikes and keeping stuff. I already said I don't keep my equation, but just I pick what I need out of it out, and that's it. So I'm keeping the stuff in mind that where we're at right now. So could this rinse and repeat what it just did? Well, it did it again. A couple weeks later. So can it do it again? Possibly. Things do run in 3 patterns using all these different little equations. So I'm seeing right now that it has room for the upside on the daily. On the RSI, the oscillator, you can see that the bears right here, they're still holding their ground. They didn't give loose. This didn't come in and out of the oscillator. Okay, it actually held, and you can see there's several lines right at this point here where it's giving it trouble. It doesn't want it to go further. Okay, so does the SMI need to come down? Yes, it does. Is it a downward trend? Yes, it is. Okay. So where's our low? Our low's somewhere around this area here. And I'm looking from the prior. So we have room for the bottom just as much as we have room for the top. So 50-50 on the SMI. Now let's just go ahead and look at the candles now. Just to keep everybody up to date. If your candles look different than mine, I'm using the Hawking candles. So always change over to your different style candles, all depending on which ones you want. Okay, whatever is comfortable on your eyes. That's what it all comes down to. I mean, it really gets funky. We can do some really cool stuff, with them. But hawking candles, that's where I like. So I'm looking for patterns here. All right. And right now I can see that downward pattern without going too much drawing on this. Okay. We see that downward pattern on it. Let's do it. Throw it in there. We got time. So we'll take this time to go over SPY, S triple Qs, and as the days go on, this will all start moving faster. And if I need to come back and do a recap on this, please, anybody, just go ahead and let us know. So, all right. So there's that. Go ahead and find something like that, and let's go ahead and give that a red. Go over here, pick me up a trend line, go to array. And no, I'm going to use the bodies on this one. Or start from the body. And find a nice little trend doing something like that. Okay. So now we're going to kind of get the same thing we got on SPY. All right. Is this going to break to the upside or is it going to break to the downside? Remember, a SPY has shown all the indications that it's breaking to the upside, okay, or the ones at least I'm presenting here. Let's look at what we got here. We have the 200 above the 100 with the 55 below. We are in a death cross, all right? We're going to need these to flip over, all three of them. Remember, every time one of these cross, you're going to get that reaction of that last breath or just the dump before the pump, okay? Every crossing is going to do it in either the smallest way, but regardless, you'll see the same reaction. And that's what you want to see because that's how they're supposed to. If you don't see them react in that manner, you know what I do? I walk away from the trade completely because there's market manipulation going on. All right. These things should work. They rinse and repeat every single time as things run perfectly. So if you start seeing some mumbo jumbo, in particular stock, take that as a sign that, you know what? My money is safer where it's at right now or in another stock. I used to use the term where, I'm the type of guy, if a fight breaks out in the lunchroom, as everybody else is running off, checking out the fight, I'm going around, I'm eating their burgers, same thing with the stocks. If people all go run over to, in particular, I'm not going to even promote or even say these in particular names, but anyway, they go run over to, all this tension's over on one stock. Well, guess what? That allows you to go over and make some real honest, good money. Because these ones are moving on their own. There's not a lot of tension on them, less hedges, real money. Things happen how they should. Once you get a lot of tension to one stock, that's when all of a sudden they just turn that stock upside down and it turns into be a trash stock. Boy, I'd love to call a couple of those stocks right now, but I'm not going to be that guy. You'll find out in Discord. So right now, I'm looking at the moving averages. They seem to be separating. Because remember, I need these things to close back up. Like right here. See how it almost started pinching back together? Okay, to get that upwards, get that reversal, and get to the upwards direction. Well, it didn't. It got rejected. And see how these, I call them legs. See how the legs are getting wider? Okay. Well, that's showing the strength for the downside. Okay. So not only them crossing their legs, I'm looking how wide they're opening up their legs too. Wider is more chances of it's coming down. Thinner, it's getting borderline. It can flip at any given time. Okay, so just by seeing these, that tells me seeing it's getting wider, and we're on the daily, so it's going to take a week before we can actually, unless the stock market just drops, it'll take a week before these actually start coming together and actually doing a flip over. Okay, it takes time for all this stuff to happen, So I'm saying, seeing how SPY is, remember those legs are already crossed. We're already in the golden cross. We're ready to rock and roll. Everything's lined up. SQs is showing to me that right now that, hey, you know what, we can get that possible continuous of this downtrend. All right, it's happening. I'm seeing it more than ever. So now I'm looking at, another thing that you can go back and look at too. Remember, these are all just different things that you'll pick up as you're trading. Those that have been, trading for years, you could pretty much just relate to what I'm saying. We're gonna have people inside here that are fresh to this. That's what we like. It's fresh minds to really teach a person how to trade and trade responsibly. That's what I like, So basically, look at old patterns, because at times you'll see like a five volume bar pattern, and then you get a 4, and then a 5, and then a 4, and you might get a 4 and a 6, but then a 4 again. So sometimes you could count on those too, possibly just one more domino to add to the scale. So right now, when I'm looking at the volume bars, it looks like it's coming down for a reversal. Okay, but I know that you can see it's already done it in the past, like right here. We might be repeating this right here on this dividend period. This was on 3/22 of this year. So see how it started doing a downward trend, but got rejected. I think he's popping up. Got rejected and start popping us up again. Could we get that happening again? It happened once before. There's no reason why it can't happen again. Okay, will it happen because it did it in the past? No, that doesn't make doesn't say it's going to happen, but it's a possibility. It has happened. Okay, so look at little patterns and stuff like that too, is always to help you get that verification. So right now I'm seeing on the daily, which is this is all me personally. Right now I'm getting the indication that yes, we are coming down, especially after we just lost support right here. You can see that this line right here came down, got rejected, popped right back up, almost came down, popped right back up. A lot of controversy in here, and then it dumped, but then it pulled itself together. A lot of controversy, dumped, but it's kind of holding itself to pull together. But they're manipulating the market. Market should not be at this price. It's too high in my view. So I can see that's what they're going to do. But remember, they're doing this for a reason. So watch your P's and Q's, okay? Because at any time when that SPY is moving, they could rug pull that, because we can see right here at this daily on the SQQs that it's ready to turn. It's going to turn around. So keep that in mind for your longs, okay? As it goes down, of course, the cheaper you get it. You want to sell it high. Start maybe looking at your long positions on some SQQs. Look at your options. Maybe you want to pick up some options, you got to understand how long it took from here. So just say from this point right here to retest this. This was only in March, so March, April, May. So we got 3 months, so you can possibly, do a trade from picking it up here at $28 and in 3 months dropping those shares for $40. At least at that point, pull your money. I would hope somebody would, and then go back in with house money. So SQQs, I'm getting signs for the downside today. Okay, I didn't get as much. Actually, we still haven't ran through the rest of the hours real quick. So 4 hours, just take a peek. I know we're getting close to open. And at open, I'm going to, let's get this refreshed. Okay, at open, I'm going to start in this. If you guys want me to stay and bug you, I will. But at open, I'm going to pull off for 10 minutes. That allows me to get a glass of water, allows everybody, including myself, to be able to close trades or open trades, all depending what platform offers the times. So whether if you're playing pre-market or you can only play at the bell. So my assumption in most cases that people are going to be open, going in at the bell. So I'm going to give you guys that 10 minutes. I'm going to step away for 10 minutes, and then we'll come back in, see what's moving, and try to find something. Like I said, the thing is, we don't have to trade every day. I want to trade every day. That's what I do. But if we see something, then I'm going to pop it up. Okay. As time progresses, we are going to, I will be on popping in a lot more. But right now, a lot of attention is needed in the backside so that we can apply these to get them out to you guys as fast as we can, and we get the ball rolling. So if I see something throughout the day, I will pop it in, so definitely tune in. If not, I will be back a half hour or 15 minutes before, all depending on the day, 15 minutes before post-market close. That's tonight, all right? Because I trade from much like most, I trade from the pre-market all the way through the post. That's when my day ends. So at that point, I'll evaluate how our day went. Possibly if we find something for the following day that we can jump in on early enough, I'm going to go ahead and post those, or we're going to be talking about those and charting those during that time. whether it lasts 15 minutes and we're done at the bell, or we may sit back and chart for 2 or 3 hours. I'm known to do that. I love charting, so don't hesitate. If you have a problem, come in Discord, and if we have the time, and I will, maybe not at that moment, but I will make the time, and we'll sit down and I'll do some charting for you, just to let you know what I see. Okay, because remember, this is not financial advice. This is purely education. So I want to let everybody know that I'm not gonna sit there and hold your hand or push your button. Okay, you're gonna have to do this. All right, and I'm gonna show you the tools and how you can apply those tools to your trade to feel confident, do those trades, get results, the same results we're getting on the trading floor, get the same results that I do better, teach me things in return. You know what I mean? That's what it's all about. I don't know everything, don't claim to. So let's all help each other here. That's what we're doing. So going back over here to the 4 hour, same thing. I'm waiting for that breakout. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here, and just below our no-go zone, I'm going to create an alert. Okay, when I get these alerts, okay, so now what I'm waiting for when I get that alert for SPY to go to the upside, like we marked out, I want to get that confirmation of S triple Qs dropping down too. All right, one or the other is going to bounce first. Okay, and so let us know that our play is in action. Okay, so overall, we got an idea what's going on with the with S triple Qs. Let's break it down just to the quick. Let's go to half hour real quick. Half hour, getting high on the RSI. The SMI is getting rejected right here. You can see the little blue, and you can see that the bears are leaving town. So that's confirmation here in the half hour as we're getting closer that when we hit this zone right here, let's go ahead and pop our line in there, right? When we get to this point here, that's when we're going to have that pinch and we're going to come to the downside. All right. I'm going to mark this red to remind myself that's the move. The move is to the down. All right. So I got my confirmation oscillator. We're losing volume there. I'm seeing right here with the top side of our SMI. Remember the dark blue, once it crosses the purple, then we're losing, this stock is losing money. So we got rejected. About the same points this have before. See how they commonly kind of sit? That's where you're going to find. Got rejected at that point. It's ready to come and sit back down again. So the half hour, I'm seeing coming down. Here we are. We're in the 5 minutes. Same thing we saw in the half hour. It's already started. I love that term. It's already starting. Okay, so it's coming down. So we got this far in the 5, what we saw on SPY, what we saw on triple Qs. We have upside for the market for the most point. Now, once we get this information, now we have to ask ourselves, like a good friend of mine and another channel owner, I'll say his name, Enzo, how he taught me this one trick. It's really interesting, okay? Now, once you get this information, now you got to ask yourself, how is the market makers, how could they screw you over? Sorry to put it that way, but that's basically how it is, okay? I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. So you gotta look at the defense now, all right? And look for that. Possibly they can run us up and throw us in consolidating and really tease people, okay, until we burn some delta on one thing or another, and all of a sudden they're going to rug pull, all right? So how are they going to screw us, right? Well, look at what's going on today. We already had the news, right? It's amazing. We're getting some, as more bad news comes in on our inflation, the market just goes up. Now, folks, does that make sense to you? There's things going on in the market. You got to protect yourself, okay? And that's one of these primary reasons of this channel here, okay? Like I said, we like to educate, help ourselves, stick together as retailers, and really help massage each other's trades and make them work, okay? So it's very valuable. For the time being, over in Discord, we're free. As things progress, we may have to charge a small fee, and all that is just to keep the lights on overhead. I don't need your money, okay? No one here on the floor needs your money. We have that zero tolerance when it comes to that type of scenario. We're all here to grow together and to educate each other, okay? So And of course, certain things need to be taken care of. We got security things that need to be taken care of. So at that time, which everybody will be informed. And by the way, get in now, because if you get in now, then you'll be grandfathered in and the monthly rates won't apply to you. So all that will start unrolling out and start developing as we progress. So we got an overall on the market. We got 10 minutes coming up until a half hour. Let's just go peek over real quick and run through a couple of stocks real quick that I have listed down here. I did make some money in Applied this morning, so let's go to pop that open on this chart. Let's open up our day chart. Okay. Getter, I still got position in Getter. I'm just waiting for that little bit of a snap, you know, to pick up on this. The values of stocks, you know, basically the stock has to make sense, and I have to get my money's worth out of it. Okay, as far as the price, each stock should have a budget as well. We'll get more into that later. You don't want to have an open budget. That's how you tend to lose money. Each stock has a value. You know, with me, I'll only spend X amount of money on this stock. I may spend a lot more money on this other stock, or give a lot more tolerance on this stock, all depending. But they all have different values to them. Getter right now, 68 cents. It's not $68, but if this thing just moves $1, you just made double, more than half, more of your money back, basically. Unlike an $86 stock moving just $4. You see the difference there, folks? It's not hard to do the math on that. So that's why I tend to like to do that. But I do believe that it's seasonal. Okay, penny stocks are seasonal. Pretty soon I'm going to have to cut the ties and pull back on penny stocks and not play them a lot. But if I see a chance to put more money in your pocket or into my pocket, let's say, with less risk, and I can pick up more shares for the value, I'm gonna float that way. Okay, so Getter I've been holding on to. I just mentioned Applied. Let's go see what Applied has done and where we're at with it. APLD. All right, Applied Digital. We're on the 1 minute right now. You can kind of see this morning, right when it took off. I didn't continue up on it. Once I saw that first retracement, I pulled out of the trade. I had to get the stream all up and going for everybody here, and get you guys or get myself going on the stream here for you guys. So pulled out right then. There's still money to be made. We're on the 1 minute 1 minute now. Let's look at RSI. RSI, we're at the bottom. Okay, but is this completely bottom? I'm sorry, they flipped these. The SMI, it's almost mid range. Just saw it point up. It's just getting ready to cross right now. So actually, Applied, this would be an entry for Applied right now. Just by following these indicators I have right here, what we've been talking about. Let me get rid of some of these old drawings. Trash that. Delete. Done. Okay. There's that bull pattern again. Remember that we were just messing with. All right. You can see that we were in the death cross. We already had the reaction from the 55 crossing over the 100. That's what these are right here. This is the dump and then the pumps. Okay, because now we're going into a golden cross. No, I'm sorry, we're going into that looks like it's going into a death cross right now on the 1 minute. This is where you really got to zoom in at certain points so you can see all your lines. Okay, remember we had talked about our EMAs. Obviously, you can see when the light blue is on top of the purple, we're making money. Right when it turns or flips over, that's when we're dropping down. Okay, so this is the indicator. You can use just this one indicator and come in and out of trades just fine, better than most. Okay, so use those, explore your indicators. So right now we can see how just we had our dark blue is on the top side. That's for the down, that says downside. You can see it happening right here. I don't know why I got this chart all flipped up and around, but You can see, and the legs are starting to open up. So it's showing a lot of strength for the downside right here on the 1 minute. We got green on top, yellow, purple. That's a death cross. Sure, excuse me. Sure, we can come in and out of this really quick, but seeing how wide the legs are, just starting to kind of like want to turn right here. Actually, looks like upward trend. It's going to pick it up. It just had to reset the RSI. RSI is down in that 30 area. All these areas down here are places where you want to buy. Okay, obviously, you can buy when you're mid range here, but you're only gonna gain that much, movement. Unlike at the bottom, you get that whole, like I was saying, you get that full movement. So right now the RSI is just picking up, so we'll be able to capitalize off that movement to the upside off of this one here. Now let's go look at our SMI. Remember, it takes a lot more to trigger that SMI. SMI is just crossing over. This right here is, like we talked about, it's a decision candle. We need this right here to close blue. There it is. Now we got our sign for the upside. We got our upwards trend happening, and it found itself its bottom. All right. So if it found its bottom down here, it's found itself a channel to run in until it can gain some more volume. Right now, currently, we're running at 2.06 million versus an average of 755,000. So we got volume here. There's some interest. Remember, we already ran a little bit in pre-market. Let's see if we get that same interest we had in pre-market here in the trade, throughout the trading day. So watch your volume, watch your times of sales. Right now, this would be an entry. Obviously, I didn't get in at this point, a little bit late. But I would, if you got in right, if I was in this position right now, I'll be watching this very, very close, and I'll be counting numbers right now. Okay, I want to see more buys than I see sells. All right, typically, and once you start seeing sells, then you can anticipate the stock going down. But I've seen a lot of buys lately, and the stock keeps dropping. No one sold anything for the last hour, but the stock is dropping. What does that tell you? Get the heck out of that stock. Something weird is going on, and you can't read it. And guess what? There's 1,800 other stocks or whatever you want to look at out there to play. There's always something moving. So better play safe than sorry. So we got the upward trend. It found its bottom right here at that $4.83, and it's starting to run this little bit of a channel here. So at that point, you can always run over, grab yourself a rectangle, run off a body, run off a wicks. Okay, so I'm looking at this channel right here to show me where are we at with this. It starts breaking down below this channel and can't come right back above this line here. Then I know that, that was just a false breakout. All right. Remember I talked about we got our decision candle. That was one of 3 candles that we need to get confirmation. All right. So we got the first one. Here's the second one. And then it dumped. Well, we didn't get in the trade, did we? Because of this, you can refine this a lot closer and not exit out for say, because if you were to got in here, you would have closed the trade already and just took that tick, so you want to see a continuous upward trend. So now you kind of see right here to give me a little bit of a gauge. I just saw the EMA touch and cross over. It's getting ready to cross over on the dark blue, so therefore that's saying that it's going to be coming down even further. We're going to be breaking through this line. I need this EMA. What I'm looking at is this right here. See how it just crossed over? Okay. I need these. This ticker is not going to get higher until they come cross back over with themselves. See how it's fighting it right there? I like this. This is good. When you start seeing numbers move like this, that's volatility. That's where you make money. Okay. So basically what they're doing, what they just tried to do, they saw the movement on it. They tried it. They got it. They held it. They're like, you know what? I want a cheaper price. So they pushed it down a little bit, and now they're going to ride up on this. Okay. So we're going to ride this next wave. Okay. That's what I call it. It's a wave, and just like the ocean, you'll get like a 3 set, and then you get a big wave, that's what this is setting up for. So you can obviously see that it really wanted to wick up, but it really wanted to wick down right now, right? Getting a little wickety wackety. Excuse me. So, market just opened. I'll pull away for 10 minutes, let you find folks. Go ahead and enter, exit your trades, and I'll be back with you in about 10 minutes. The market is open. See you soon. Look at that, baby. We need one more candle for confirmation. Alrighty, folks, I am back. Figure, you know what, we're going to extend that 10 minutes to 15 minutes because if I can't do my trades in that 10 minutes, then how I expect you guys to. So I'm going to stretch out to about 15 minutes. That's ample enough time to get your trades in and out. But welcome back. Okay. Put together a plan here, and a little bit different than yesterday. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start going through some movers, market movers right now, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give a highlight on each one of them, and we're going to move on to the next one. Something starts triggering, we're going to come back and take a look at it. Therefore, we can start moving through some more stocks. You guys may not be just in that one stock we're talking about, but if there's something you guys want me to look at, go ahead and throw it inside the chat, or definitely come into Discord and we'll sit down on the trading floor and we'll pop your charts up, or I'll pop my charts up, and I could dig into anything you guys wish. So again, welcome back. Let's take a look at this applied. You can see that we had that decision candle that closed blue, but the next one opened a little bit below, so that's what that carried out that red on that. All right, let me finish up my break here. Okay, so one thing while I was away, or while we were away, I kept getting an alarm on the S triple Qs. So let's go back over here, and let's just see what we assumed or anticipated through our review of SPY and S triple Qs if it's playing out. So let's go over to this guy here. Okay. Where's our drawings? Okay. You can see how it was coming up and the legs were getting wider. It's still coming down on the 30-minute. I thought we drew some of these out and threw a red line out. Where did we do that at? Oh, the 4 hour. Okay, so we do got the completion of this wedge, but you can see on this one here, it looks like it's kind of wanted to take this trend line. I think we should follow the bodies on this one. So we might be getting that drop a little bit sooner than anticipated. So like I said, you got to fluctuate and move with the groove. I'm going to turn it red because that's what I'm anticipating is the downside on it. So you can see already the RSI is starting a downward trend. It just got that little bit of a blue candle here, a little bit of a volume, but then got rejected, and it sent the bulls away, and the bears are back in town here again on the S triple Q. So the alarms help. You can see it already turned yellow. It's already triggered that alarm. So typically they say neutral like ghost, if you're familiar with Weeble. So whenever you pop onto your chart, if you see that yellow bell, then without even looking at your lines or anything, you know that, hey, it triggered your point. So point that out to you guys. Yeah, so that seems to be working out really well. So hopefully we're seeing that upside to SPY. It's hitting the top side of that ridge, and I think we could probably refine this line a little bit tighter now. So on the 4 hour, we should be seeing it by this afternoon. We should see something hitting to the high side. Let me move this. Since we changed the time, we have to move that right back over that cross. There we go. So still another, what is this? 1, 2, got another 8 hours, so possibly might be looking at some high side for tomorrow as well. So there's doing that upwards, consolidating. We're looking for that upward trend. Okay, so now let's go over and let's start popping through some tickers and see if we can find some plays. Move this, readjust this. It's out of the way. Alrighty. Oh, what am I doing? Okay. Let's get our day trading chart laid out. Okay, we always got SPY over here to keep an eye on SPY as we're in the middle of our trade or whatnot. we're going to use this page for a little bit of a prospecting today. So let's just run them out. One that was catching my eye that keeps popping up. You know, let's go over to MICS. The Ultra Share MICS. It's MICS or H. MICS, yeah. Oh, duh. MICS. Okay. All right. Remember, we don't want to get caught in the backside of things. You know, this is the 1 minute, so let's just bump this over to the half hour. Half hour is kind of like where you want to, I mean, of course, look at your day's range. Let's take a peek at it real quick. We're on a downward trend. It seemed to find support right here at the bottom, especially after that big old volume candle there. You can see SPY right now over on this side right here. It looks like it's getting ready to break out. Sorry, squirrel. Okay, so went down, spread it out. See a downward trend. It found support. So same thing. We're looking for a breakout wedge. We got the 55 crossing over the 100 at this point right now on the daily. So that's positive, right? So this will be the remember we're gonna see the reactions to this. So see how we're getting a crossover right here on the 100 and the 55. We're gonna start seeing that reaction. Let's just go to the half hour. Nope. Let's go to daily. Let's see right when it's crossing, because now you can see on the 4 hour that now we're in a golden cross. All right, so we got the 55 on top, 100 in the middle, 200 at the bottom. Let's go over look at a 4 hour on this real quick. We got to zoom through these really fast. So I can see that over here that we're getting a lot of volume or a lot of purchases more than sales. So people are starting to load up here. I think looks like they're going to go back for that retest on the 4 hour. It shows it wants to go back to that $2.35. So let's see if we get a retest on that. SPY is doing a massive drop right here, but all that's telling me is that's more confirmation for the upside, because all they're doing, they're pushing the stock down low as they can before so you get to a buying interest for most people. And they'll same thing, they're going to buy in, they're going to ride that thing high, get out before the market makers get out. So back over here to this MICS. So we got plenty of room. No, we don't. So 4 hour, we're ready to retest new highs. Obviously, you can see from that big old drop, but we're gonna be testing some new highs here on RSI. The oscillator has some nice, healthy volume. Something tells me on this stock here they had some news. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna pop that open and see what kind of news came out on it. You know, and as we go on, I can start playing some of this for you guys. Okay, 12 consumer direction. Make sure your stock's moving on Tuesday pre-market. Stock increased by 25.7% to $1.32 during Tuesday's pre-market session. The company's market cap stands currently at 4.1 million. Okay, so got some attention to that, and let's see how long ago that was. That was Benzinga, and that was 44 minutes ago. So people are just now paying attention or catching on to it. Let's see our volume. We got 12 million over an average of 215,000. We got the volume there. There's plenty of volume for us to take off. So this is probably going to get a lot more movement on it than what we're seeing here. We're definitely be retesting highs. Let's go ahead and why did that just happen? There you go. There we go. Let's go ahead and start looking at the half hour. Now, right now, what we're doing, it already started pumping, but this thing still got some more to go, all right? We're going to test the new highs here, like I said, so we can't really count just on that, the prior high point on our RSIs. SMI, you can see we got room for growth on the SMI. Not worried about that, but we're going to be testing some new highs on that as well in this stock today. And like I said, you start seeing the buys come in, the volume flying up, but the stock is coming down. What do? We walk away from it. All right, so going down to the 15-minute, and you can see, just check and see how high we are. Looking at our EMAs, looking at the prior highs, looking at the position where it's at now. Okay, I want to catch this movement for the upside, so I'm gonna start breaking this down and start looking for an entry point. Okay, when I look for an entry, well, that's beautiful right there. You can see, recognize these pattern, folks. Okay, because they repeat themselves constantly, and if you acknowledge the patterns, you can use them for your benefit. So this is a bullish pattern. We are getting upside for it. So 1 minute. So I want to catch this a little bit finer. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bust down to the 30-second. Why I'm on 30-second? Because I want to find a cheap entry. So I want to see where we're at on the RSIs. Do they need to come back down? Will I get it for cheaper or not? Okay, I'm not just going in there and purchasing it right now. All right, I'll drop down to the 15-second now, looking for that entry. I'm seeing that's kind of getting tuckered out right here. We wicked up 2 times right here. Can I get it from cheaper than this? Possibly. All right, at this point, on the 15-second, I'm looking over at the time of sales. And I'm looking for those buys and sells right now, and I'm counting the numbers. How many shares are they purchasing? How many are they selling at that time? I'm still seeing that upwards projection. The bears are holding. Remember, we're on the 15-second here. I'm looking for 385. It already punched right through it, so I'm going to find an entry right now. And it gave me a 333, so I'm at a 333 right now, or 233. So let's go ahead and just throw a mark out real quick. I gotta remind myself, I love getting into plays. I can't be getting into every single play. But I can't sit there and say, hey, this is what we're doing without being in that play myself. So right now I'm concentrating over the side here. I'm seeing a lot more action, seeing the movement happen a lot. That's volatility. I want to see a lot more buys and sells. See a little buys, little sells going. It's 50-50 right now. How it just pooped out right there up at that top point. Watch out for those two, okay? Because if we get 2 or 3 candles that came up to this point but got rejected, you know what's going to happen. They're just going to tell it to go sit back down. We got a decision candle just came out, closed below. I'm out of the trade. Set your stop losses. Very important, folks. Very important. I'm going to run back over here to chat real quick as we're trying to find support here on this one. Top of the morning. Good morning, Lionel. Thank you guys for the happy birthdays. Rodney saying applied to the moon. Randy saying good morning. Doors saying check my DM. Doors, if you're listening, call me on my phone. That's how you're gonna get my attention because there's so much going on around here. But I appreciate you letting me know that. And then Doors is saying I can't hear you. Well, you're gonna have to turn up your volume. If you can, folks. Rodney, I know she just chimed in right now. Can you give me a 1 in the chat if you can hear me clearly? And then we'll see if we get a mirror fixed up there. Possibly internet problems. Okay, and I'm gonna be looking for an entry now. Why am I looking for an entry now? Is because I'm seeing the crossing of the SMI, and I'm seeing that the RSI is crossing. SMI is pinching. It just pinched together. Get your entry. Okay, we have some points of concern here. And Rodney Smith says yes. Okay, he hears me. I'm not sure. Doors, make sure I'm not muted on the YouTube. All right. So at this point, when you run out to 15 seconds, okay, you're going to be scalping here at the 15 seconds. Okay, at this point, as long as I got my entry and I feel comfortable with it and I like what I saw, then what I can do, I can start moving up to the 1 minute, having a little more patience, sit back, consolidate, get ready for the next move on it. Watching all these buys come in and on over here. We prefer the half hour. Ride that half hour. Look, we got the SMI right here. We got the legs wide open on the golden cross. Pay attention if you're on the half hour. you're going to be watching the EMAs. Okay, make sure these EMAs they don't. But I'm too low. Okay. Well, I got everything up much as I can. Doors. But I'll just talk. How about speak a little more into the mic? Thank you, bud. I appreciate you letting me know that. Excuse me. Okay, so where are we at now? Let's get back down on 15 seconds. Because I was doing a scalp there. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to pull my trade now. I'm out of that trade. So that was 2 minutes into that trade. Now my next one. Now see how I can sit there and do this all day, in any particular stock, okay, and run it up just like that, okay. Now I'm grabbing my 1%, my 3% here and there. It all adds up because when this thing finally does want to take off, okay, then you're going to make twice as much of what you see that it did that day. So say if you came in and out several times, it's at 136%. Theoretically, you already made 160% type deal, okay? Because all those ins and out you did. It's up to you how much you want to work, okay? And that goes on a time frame. 15 seconds, a lot to take in. It's a lot of ins and outs. Remember, don't go into this not knowing how many trades that you could do per day without getting penalized too. Don't just rush into this. Make sure that whatever platform you're on, it allows you unlimited trades throughout the day. Because if you only have those three, you gotta wait for settlements. You're gonna get trapped and you're gonna get in trouble with the platform. So something for those that have that problem, okay, then I would be looking at this trade, okay, for a day trade, okay, because remember I still want to trade a couple more times throughout the day here, right? So something like this, awesome. We got a beautiful price. Just started pumping. Remember we're down here at 225 currently. Right now it's 240. I can pull my profit out now. Remember I've already taken it, pulled it, taken it, got back in. And now we're riding up through this channel right now. So you can use a trend mark at this point if you want. And let me throw a chin here since it's on the seconds. It's not going to transfer over to my minute charts. So I kind of see a pattern going out right here. I see this level right here. And you can already see prior we got rejected around this level. I'm just going to move it up to right about there. And then what I can do, I just go over right here and I can add an alarm. Done. Right? Now I can walk away from this trade right here, feeling comfortable that, hey, I have my limit where I want to pull out next. But also, don't forget that you want to put your stop loss, whether you have a stop loss or you're doing it manually. If you do it manually, then go ahead and put your stop loss in, create an alert. Okay? And you can adjust these above, below, middle, blah, blah, blah. Okay? So now I have my alert. Hey, get over there or just close the trade because I already felt confident after if it goes below that, I can have time to be able to get back in the trade as it comes down and consolidates or reverses and look for that ample point to come back in. So I notice I got some time here, so I can always take this now. I'm on the 15 second. I've already got my entry. I'm going to turn this one now into a long, right? Or a short or a day trade, okay? So now I can go over to the 30-minute, relax. I got money being made over there on the side. I'm just going to keep an eye on the RSIs. Do not stray too far away. I'm a firm believer that if you have an open trade, then you should have an open screen with that trade on there, okay? That you can always just turn your head and take a look at it, and it's always right there in front of you. It's not saying set the alarms, walk away, but that's the less things I have to worry about. Keep my mind open and fresh as I go into another trade at the same time. If you're just beginning, go trade by trade. Just one trade is not going to set you to make you a rich man or a woman, or those new gender, that mixed thing. But it can make you a bigger, better person type thing, okay? You're not going to make it off that one trade. So it's going to take numerous trades, accumulating, compounding. Look at what kind of, when you look at what kind of strategy and what kind of style you're trading, get with one, find one that suits you. You want to be a compounder, which is great. Whatever you make, turn it right back into the stock market. Keep compounding it, because you remember, once you pull out on that, then now you have other people's hands on your money. That's when all of a sudden you're going to be taxed on it, whatnot. So keep all that in mind. What kind of trades and what you're doing. At times, if I say, if I think that that the stock really does have potential next couple months, and I have a budget set aside that I could just leave, but I know I'm going to grow interest on it. Not interest, but I'm going to be growing gains from my shares. I'm going to stick a bulk of money over there in that in particular stock. Okay, and I'm just going to give it that 2 months, but I'm not going to be going back looking at that stock every single day and ifing, because I already had a plan. That is, whether it's negative that day or positive, I'm not going back to that until I'm not selling it for whatever. If I said 2 months, a year, or whatever it is. Be careful on those long positions, because you may get yourself caught up into it, and especially when it comes to emotions, that you really believe that the stock can go forward and it's going to survive, and it just may not. And just because you believe that it's going to go forward doesn't say that it's going to go forward. It's good to have that beliefs, but that's not reality. Okay, I'm going to say it, just like that stock AMC. I'm an investor. I'm invested into it. Am I upset? Yes. Is it something I knew that I'm going to get into? Absolutely. I know the stock. Remember, I'm the type of guy that runs off, eats up the cheeseburgers while they're all over there watching the fight. I kind of got, forgot about cheeseburgers and went and played around with it a little bit. But difference between me than most apes is I don't have that personal attachment to that stock. So my buck stopped. Okay, and I don't feel that you should have to invest more of your money just to get your gains back, or to get your initial investment back. A stock should be able to run itself, and it can't. It doesn't belong on the market. If not, bring it over to OTC or whatever they got to do with it. So, that being said, keep your emotions separate from your trades, especially when it comes to day trading. You may hold on a little bit longer. That stock didn't move for 3 months. It just moved for 8 hours today, and it may not see it move for another 6 months. So pay attention on your longs, and to keep your emotions away from the trade. I'm here on the 3 minute right now. I see that we pulled back. It hasn't pulled back past my line where I feel comfortable. I see consolidating happening here. We're still gaining volume. Right now, we're at 21 million with an average of that 215,000. So still feel comfortable in the stock. So could this possibly be a swing trade? You want to know that too about this trade. Do I want to get out, when it hits my thing, or do I want to keep swinging it? I see on the day chart that, hey, we really did open up the legs. It came off from the bottom with the RSI. It's pretty strong right here. But much like I go back to explain about carrying the brick or carrying the watermelon, you can only carry it for so long before you're going to have to put it down. Okay? So hopefully this thing can hold its strength. But if it does want to come down and consolidate, I'm okay with it, because I'm going to swing it, or I'm going to, day trade it or whatnot. I'm not worried about it happening right now. I know it has to set that down for a little bit before it continues to go on. So keep all these things keep those notions in place, and keep them on track, especially when it comes to the emotion part of that in particular stock you're in. All right. So we're in this. Anything else pops? I have my alarms already set, right? I'm good with it where we're at. Now I'm going to go around and let's go look at for something else. Those that are in that for the 30-second chart for scalping or whatever, pay attention to that chart. I made a little bit of money out of it. I moved mine to a day trade. So now I'm going to move on, so we're not stuck on one particular stock. Next one that catches my eye right now. Like I said, I'm a momentum trader. It may not make sense to this, throughout the process, I'll find out if there's news or not. But I use my scanners. I find one that looks to be a right place with the Bollinger, and I run with that. Okay. You could at times you could run over to the halt list, and try to continue catching the pumps up, which is very people can be very successful at that. At the same time, if they get it at the wrong time, that thing can just come and fall right back down, like a lot of OTCs do. Um, Not over counter, but the excuse me, a lot of the IPOs. So let's go ahead and find another one here. CO, what's the price of that one? $7. That's affordable for most. Let's go COYA. COYA. Therapeutics. I like my therapeutic stocks. I like my bio stocks. Those that know my trading, my trades and what I like to get into. I feel comfortable with them. They are seasonal, so don't stay too long. But it seems like some are moving right now. Turn that off. Okay. Okay. So right now this is on the daily. We know it already wicked up to the $8. Currently, we're at $7.37. To get up to $8, is it worth the investment? You can't really be too picky. There is some money to be made there. So if you're interested, start looking for a position here. You look at our RSI. We did the crossing. Our SMI, it's opened up. Legs are wide open. Let's go take a look at the half hour. Half hour, we're kind of high on the SMI. We have 1.65 million with an average of 30,000. So we got that volume. It's coming in. So do got some room. So that kind of tells me where the volume is, that we may be testing some new highs with it as well. We got some room on the RSI for upside. That's on the half hour. It has more value than the 1 minute. 5 minute says still the $8 retest. The RSI, we're on an upward trend. Just got down out of a George Washington or William Shatner or whatever way you want to call that. But there's a W for sure there. The SMI, we are on a consistent uptrend. You said there's plenty of time to buy in or sell, come back in, buy, sell again. So you can see that the bulls are in town. We're looking good in the oscillator, so this is still positive for the upside. At this point, I'd be interested in looking into a trade in this now. I'm going to start looking for some, which I kind of see right there. Nope. Start looking for some patterns, some indications that it's found some support. It still has more upwards movement. Right now, we're currently at 680 and looking for that high of the $8 again. That's worth it. At least getting a buck a share there. Check out the news, what we got on it. Therapeutics price target maintained with a $28 share by EF Hutton. 11 minutes ago, so this is fresh.
Ratings actions from Benzinga. https://www.benzinga.com/stock/koya/ratings. End Dow Jones Newswires May 16, 2023 10 o'clock Eastern Time, 1400 Greenwich Mean Time. Ratings actions from Benzinga.
All right, well that didn't tell us much, but so at this point what I would do, the great thing about the trading community, seeing that this is not my specialties, and we got halted by the way. This would at this point I would begin it, and it's all happened naturally, folks. I'll be getting information from different members inside our community saying, hey, this is what I know, this is kind of information I got on it. So and knowing and trusting these individuals that this is truth, it's not FUD. They've already done their DD on it. If they don't have enough DD to prove that, hey, it's false or it's accurate, they just don't say nothing, which I wish most do. But when they do say something, knowing their history, you pay attention, you listen. They've already done their DD. So I will be looking for them to find out what kind of news we have right there. Oh, we got Birdie in the chat. Hey, Birdie, how you doing? Good to see you. I apologize I wasn't here when you popped in yesterday, but I explained, I don't know if you caught it, but basically I come in at 8:30 Eastern time, and I check out at 10:30. A couple reasons for that is that I'll be more on the trading floor at that time. So if anybody that wants to continue with us, come on over to the Discord and come to trading floor, and you can see it live right there, one-on-one. At the same note, I'm a single father, and I have my son, and I got to get him off to school, and that gives us plenty of time to catch up with each other before the day starts. So after that, I will be coming in periodically if something pops and starts moving. That's and it's worth bringing to everybody's attention. I will be popping in during the day. Birdie, we do have a scanner that we're working on right now. So when I come off the channel here, typically I'm going to go ahead and put our scanners on that are set up to how we like them and how we trust them, that we've already proven. Hence the reason you're not going to see it today. And I hope I can get it done by the end of this week, because I want to test them myself and make sure that everything's working properly before I give that information out to anybody. But you will be seeing the scanners throughout the day, and about 50. I'll depend on how busy the day is, whether a half hour before post market closes, I will be jumping on. That's later in the evening for most, but as you know, Birdie, our day starts in pre-market and it ends in post-market. And so hence the reason why we're staying on that late, because that's when our day ends. So at that point, we'll talk about how the gains happen on the floor, what kind of potentials we have for the following day, and then let's do a little bit of catch-up type thing. So good morning, Lionel. Good to see you. RJ, you're funny. Okay, so we got that little bit of news on this. It is halted this time. Let's look for a rest time. And it was halted because of volatility. We caught it right at the beginning of it. Remember, it's a good thing to look at that news too. That was 11 minutes ago. I'm looking positive for the upside. It is halt for high volatility. It looks like it got halted for that downside, but that just shows that that they just really try to push it down to continue the momentum for the upside. So here at $6.76 on this COYA, that's Charlie Oscar, Yellow Apple. It's halted on a downside, and I'm looking for more of an upside to this. So SPY sees the fine at its bottom. It's ready for the upside as well. This coffee got me doing some hiccups here. So this is on the 3-minute. That's what we got pulled back. Now, this is halted. You know what? I like the adrenaline. I like plays like this. So would I be looking for an entry on this? Yes, I would be. Okay. I'm going to be looking. So if I'm looking for an entry, I want to get out the bottom. You kind of see that some of the reasons that I could say, you know what, it's going to bounce upon entry is because you start looking for patterns. You see how this came down. We have this downward trend. It found the bottom right here. We got a confirmation here, here, here. So I would assumed that would have popped to the upside, but that was just proven wrong. They're still pushing it down to get it for cheaper. Watch the volume. We're at 1.95. I want to see that volume. There we go. We started an uptrend. I'll be looking for a position. Nope. Don't hit that button until you get that confirmation. Okay. You can if you're savvy enough, then go ahead and jump in on the first candle. I ask that everybody just utilize your patience. Don't get greedy. Get a third candle confirmation, and then have fun. So, waiting for the entry point. I'm on the 15-second right now. It's going to tell me when I can already see it's starting to form an upward trend. As long as this candle here can lift its skirt. Let's see. Nope, still wants to come down a little bit. That's fine. You can see the selling off right here. This is uncertainty. Now we're at 2.05 million. Remember, with the average of 30,000, there's still a lot of volume going on there. The volatility is still there. I would guess on the way back up, it possibly will get halted again. We just got to wait, get that confirmation for the upside. Be looking for an entry now, because I am seeing that the oscillator is getting smaller, getting ready to flip to the upside. So it seemed to find some support there. The SMI is it's about a quarter of the way up and ready for some upside, just waiting for that trigger. RSI is at a position. See how low we're at? We're in that 30 range. Okay. So that's buying area, and basically you can either just play the RSI, just ride that baby all the way back up. It's got to hit that top, and then before it has to come back down again. So still looking for that entry, watching this downtrend. Something like this, what I would be watching really close to try to get that best price I can is I'm going to be watching my EMAs. Those are going to show reaction before my moving averages. So get down to your EMAs, trust your EMAs, see how they react. Once you apply them to your chart, zoom out, see how they react. See when they cross, how they cross. Seems to be it found its bottom. This is an upward trend. Found some sort of support here, getting a volume candle here. We do have the bright blue on this chart, rather. Bright blue is up above the dark blue. So that means we don't want that to cross. We want these legs to, let me see if I can zoom in a little bit better. Okay. We need these legs to pinch together. Or no, we don't want them to pitch. We need them to open up wide. So that gives us that confirmation for the upside. They're still pushing it down. Seemed to find a limit there, or a point where it's holding support. Got a green candle. I'm just zooming back right now on the time of sales. Excuse me. And I want to see nothing but green come in. Okay, so now we found this bottom. We're getting some sort of confirmation here. You should see a lot more buys in now. We see a lot of greens. This is the time for everybody to buy. Okay. When you start seeing this, the sales, and it's coming into great masses, we're talking 4,000 shares, 5,000, all depending on the price. That's when you start looking to get out. But right now, it's holding its support. They sold off 725 shares, but we just got 2,700 in. That means we're still testing that upward trend. Let's go ahead and narrow back down. Remember, we want this 55 to cross over this 100, but you're going to see it more on this 15-second than you would on that 4-hour. But you're going to see the reaction, how this thing reacts. So remember, right now we're going into a golden cross. So when this 55 crosses over this 100, what is it going to do? It's going to dump before it pumps. Okay, so possibly I can assume that we might be running a channel here a little bit before we get that uprise. But we definitely need to get these crosses. You can see the legs are closing over. It's starting to give that natural reaction because now we're going into a golden cross, so that stock will dump before it pumps. Now you can see on that candle right there, as we get closer, it's starting to do a natural reaction. Nope, got rejected. See how it just spread its legs? So if going in and getting a position at this point and it dumps back down, would I get out at this point? No. I'm still okay because I have my stop loss at 3% less because that's my tolerance. And each stock is going to have its own tolerance as well. So remember, there's a budget for each one of these. I know we're getting close to time. I got about 9 minutes here before I can get the boy up and going. Again, I remind folks out there, we have our Discord. Hit that QR code, or if not, the link that's in the description below. You can catch us over on the trading floor. And if you have any questions or anything in detail you'd like to go over, come on in. If you just want to sit back and listen as you trade and you want to listen to us trade, go for it. You can lurk mode. That's fine. I do encourage you at least to say hello, good morning. Or definitely if you have any questions, speak up in there. Again, we'll be back at half hour till or quarter till post market close, and we'll just do a quick little 15-minute unless things get exciting, or if we want to grab a lemonade, we can all hang out and chat for a little bit longer. But basically, on the average, it'll be for about a half hour. So we'll be on just till right after post closes, and then everybody can start enjoying their families and enjoying what we do this for. So it's looking to be 10:22 on the East Coast, 7:22 here on the West Coast. And you got Bullfrog here. And we're just waiting. So there's a couple of them that we're able to get through during the time that we had with each other this morning. But to run down a list real quick, some things that I'm listing. If those are listening now, they want some Other ones that I'm interested in, I'm looking. Of course, is what keep an eye on this one. We got the MICS. So we got the MICS. We got COYA. Remember, we got some upside looking for SPY. Google seems to be looking good right now too. A couple things are catching my eye. BWB, that's Boy William Boy, is sitting right now at 848, and we're gaining volume as we speak. So that's doing a little bit of movement right now. Large caps movement, I would recommend Google. If not, we have Boy George, Charlie Sam. Another one just popped up right now is AGL. So it's not financial advice. Enter at your own risk. Do your DD before you get in and out. It's very important. What else we got here? We want to catch some bounces here. We got ONON. That's Oscar Nancy, Oscar Nancy. Sitting at $30 right now and gaining volume. Applied is still on the books for today, so keep an eye on that. Applied. I most likely will be swing trading that one. Okay, that's done. Swing trading that one, but if I see a possibility to pull out, take advantage of that retracement and then get back in, I will do so. What else we're looking at here? Life, LIFE, is looking positive right now. That's Larry Indicator Frank Edward. It's at $2.49. Try to find some mid-range ones here. CUZ is $19.78. Definitely seeing a retest of its prior. Anything that most people know. What else here? We got some high volumes over here. One to add to that is, I don't know if I mentioned it. Oh, AI has been on the scanner last couple days, so keep an eye on AI. That's Apple Indicator. Currently, right now, we're at $23.60 and gaining volume. Another one that catches my eye is AGL. That's Apple George Larry, and right now we're sitting at $23.78. So we opened up the market this morning a little bit green, which was different from yesterday. Yesterday we opened up red and then it went green towards the afternoon. So we're going to see a reversal of that today. We'll see, but currently you kind of see we are kind of getting a reversal of that. Excuse me. So right now, currently we have the NASDAQ that is up 0.19%. Dow Jones is down 0.63%. Russell 2000 is down 1.28%. S&P is down 0.37%. So NASDAQ up, like I said, up that 0.18%. So the last one seems to be falling out, but we do see that upside. So hopefully we can see that hold itself and keep green. So what else? We wrap that up. Like I said, please, if you can, hit that like and subscribe. Really helps the algorithm. It gets to be seen more on the YouTube side of the things, that we can bring more people in here and hopefully change their lives. If not, teach them a little bit of something, or at least something they didn't know yesterday. So if you have any questions, please do not hesitate. If I don't get to you the first time, ask again. If you don't understand the first time, ask as many times you can or you want, until you understand the question at hand, okay? And I'll try to explain it to you the best I can. If I don't have the answer, I can find it for you really quick. Or if not, like I said, that's the benefit of having our Discord. There's always somebody inside of Discord that knows a little bit about something. So take advantage of it. Why it's we have open doors right now. Those that jump in now will be grandfathered into it. But once the doors are shut and we start charging admission, then we have a monthly membership. That's still yet to come. Nothing to panic about. And at that note, it's going to be very affordable for the average trader. So on all different phases. So we have different levels that you can come in. And like I said, shortly we'll have our classes in Discord where you can sit down and go one-on-one with a group of you, or one-on-one just together. We can do that as well. So times permitted during the trading floor, or during the trading day on the trading floor. If you have a ticker you really, that you want me to look at, we can look at it. If you're in a problem, definitely speak up so we can get fix that problem before it gets any worse. Even if things are moving really fast on the trading floor, just let us know, hey, you have a problem. Well, I'll stop. Let's fix that problem, and then we'll move on. If you're looking for your exits, well, you know what? We can give you confirmation, but you should have known that exit before you entered the trade. Okay, that's something I like to promote. You got to have a plan. So, coming down to 1 minute left here, and I'm running out of time. But I just want to thank everybody. Thank you, RJ, for your birthday wishes, and everybody in Discord. Don't forget, we do things a little bit different than most channels. I like to describe I'm an educational channel. That's why I primary. We're not here to make any money off of anybody. We just like to keep the lights on. Hence the reason for the doors eventually need to be closed. Like I said, appreciate every one of you in here that's joined me this morning, and those who are going to be watching the tape later. Do not forget to hit that like and subscribe. It really helps with the algorithm, and I hope everybody has a beautiful Tuesday afternoon and morning, and we'll see you tomorrow for Coffee and Stocks at 8:30 Eastern time. Like I said, stay tuned or pop in every now and then. If there's something moving, will be coming on the stream and let you know what we're playing if there's enough time permitted for that entry. It's not moving that fast. But other than that, if you have any questions, contact us in Discord. There's plenty of help there. But yeah, we look forward to see you guys there as well. So have a great day. Thank you for joining Bullfrog, and I will see you guys tomorrow morning. And don't forget, I am going to be popping in 15 minutes or a half hour before post market closes if you want to follow up on the day. If not, get some insights for tomorrow. So thank you all, and I will talk to you later. nice to know. Jump back to those that are tuning in right now. iPhone. Okay, folks, I'm back now. Apologize for that music. I gotta make sure I got my entry and exit cue card there. Follow it. So, interrupting right now just to come through. I'm looking at this MICS. That's Mary Indicator Charlie Sam. Let me get this pulled up right here. MICS. It's getting ready for a breakout. I'll bring it to you guys live here. I'm looking for that 205. 205. For that'll be our first poll on it. I believe I saw a VWAP of $2.08. So those who follow VWAP, VWAP is checking out for confirmation. We just had the 55 crossover to the 100, so we're just coming out of this death cross. We're on the 15 seconds here. Because I was just finding an entry right here on this. Make sure it's confirmed. But like I said, I'm riding this up to the 205. VWAP confirms the 208. So we're going to be retesting those highs. For those who haven't got a entry yet, we're just kind of like what your range of your entry would be. Let me get rid of this. There you go. Hold on. They'll probably hear them in the background. Let me where's my mic volume? Make sure that's all the way up. Yeah, my mic volume's all the way up. So I think it's just that delay. All right. So so let's go back to the chart real quick. Apologize. I was getting something from Discord. So I'm looking for that retouch of that 205. I got 205. I got a VWAP is indicating a 208. This would be a buying section or buying opportunity right here. Basically, what we want to do is there's your buying zone right here that I just pulled up. So we, once we come up and out of this consolidating right here, it's going to break to the upside. So when we break to the upside, so it's either you get your price here or at least get in at this point. If it pops up and over this box here, that means that's confirmation that we're going to the upside because we just broke out of this channel. Let's get ourselves a no-go zone. We already know how much we're going to make off of it. Currently it's at $1.63. We have 35.18 million right now in volume with an average of 215,000. So we got the volume there. This did run up a little bit. It is a downward consolidating, but I gotten all indications that it's getting ready to break, and that's what we're here for. So we got to get prepared for that and make sure you have your stop loss and get ready to get out. So I currently have a position at $1.63, and like I said, I'm going to be going for this 205. So on your charts, you will go ahead, mark how much that you're going to. One second. So yeah, basically now we know how much we're going to make out of it, and then we're going to find points where we're going to pull out or start pulling our money and taking as you go. So 1 second. Be right back. Okay, so sorry about that. Check in with Discord. So yeah, basically that's the movement. That's what that's why I broke through right now. You can see right now we're coming and we are tapping up on that top of that channel. Remember, we got a breakthrough. That will be your confirmation. So make sure you have your no-go zone, and I believe that's where I just put mine right before I pause for a second. So there we go. I want to know, where is this thing going to tire off on the way, or get tired on the way up? Okay, because I want to start getting some pulls. Okay, because I want to pull my money as we go through this. If it wants to stair step up, that's fine. I'll write it in that manner and kind of just take a little bit longer in my trade. But at the end of the day, I want to take my money. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna find some halfway points here. Sorry, I gotta get used to hearing voices from two-way. Okay, there's that little bit of a pop right there. That's what we needed. We need that confirmation. We are coming out to the outside. So me personally, I would be looking. I understand our RSI is coming down, but this is still an upward trend. Okay, but that just showed that, hey, like right now they're just pulling back the rubber bands, getting ready to snap. So I like that's a good indication right there. We're still caught up in this channel here. Okay, make sure you got your stop losses, and like I said, this is not financial advice. This is just a pure entertainment. If you want more details on this, please join us in Discord. That's where I just broke away from. We were inside there taking a look at this, and the signs were all there, and it caught my eye. So now I'm in the position right now. I know we got to break out of this box right here. I'm just going to bump up to 30 seconds right now. Trying to keep an eye. You see that channel that's running right now. So that was a huge drop. We're definitely, I'm just saying that, you know what, to myself, that I want at least half that back. Okay, so I want to guarantee myself half of this. Let me fix this real quick. Half of this trade here. I think I just dropped two things at the same place. 1 second. Okay. Widen this band up a little bit so that everybody can see. All right. So this is about my midway point. Okay, this is giving me a lot more information than not having nothing here. Like see already the difference. If we had just this, you're kind of like, okay, well, I know it can go back up, but draw your lines. Okay, whatever makes sense to you. That's the main thing here. Okay, so we're starting to we got a confirmation breakout here. Everything's starting to look okay. It looks like on the RSI, it's kind of tapping down here, but it's going to turn around and get rejected. We got this little bit of support if we can hold up above this channel. If it drops down the channel, all they're doing is just pulling the rubber band back and getting ready to snap it. So I'm still confident in my trade right now. Take a little bit of time. Still under 30 seconds. I'm going to leave the 30 seconds on just to make it more entertaining and to keep an eye on our trade. So I'm grabbing these points. I'm going to explain myself along the way here for those that are interested into learning how to chart or just kind of like follow tune or trying to get understand where we come, where I come from and my strategies. So still feeling confident about it. I like how, see right now we got a little bit of a divergence going on there. We got a downward pattern, but it's starting to break to the upside. That's showing that we have some volatility coming in. We're now sitting at, let's go to the top here. Start watching our buys. When you have these time of sales put up, a good thing that it does, you'll start seeing this thing flash and just start running. And that's a good thing to catch your eye, so pay attention, to when that thing starts flashing, then you know that it's there. We're at our bottom or we're ready to take off. So I'll hang out in here on this trade. But like I said, we have plays like this popping off all day long inside our Discord. So please don't be shy. The link is in the bottom, or if not, there's a QR code in the corner. Okay. So at this time, even if you got in a little early, you're still in it. You can reset your time on your trade if you like. But right now, I'm going to expedite my patience and just wait for it to pop. So let the volume continue to come in, and we'll see what happens. Like I said, at any given time in between this, like I said, I can hit alarm to let me know it's actually activated and it's ready to go. Set near my stop loss as well. Here it goes, starting to come here. Right now we got the 55 now approaching the 200. Once we get that 55 above that 200 and the 200 is below the 100, we're officially in a golden cross. So on the believe it or not, even the smaller time frame than the 30-second, we're seeing that the reactions of these crossings. I'll show you more on that as we get further. There we go. We're starting to get some more confirmation candles coming in. I hear you, RJ, by the way. Laughing in there. And I think Amir's trying to send Debbie in here. But I hear you guys. That's why everybody at the house is. What you guys are, or everybody, all the folks out there, you guys are missing out here in that Discord. So join Discord. It's a lot of good times. You get good hoots and hollers in between trades. It's a lot of fun. Still confident in my trade. Discord knows I hear them now, so they're very quiet. Oh, there's a fallout. I'm still in this trade. But I know once I get, if we want to fall back below this channel, then I probably would pull out around this 67 area, $1.67 area, and just let it run to the bottom of that channel. So, because I know right now this is my support line, is at the top of this channel. And Amir, yes, I see you too. Keep your hands off of RJ's hair. All right, quit touching his hair. All right, just watching the trade, still here with you guys. At the same time, as I'm sitting here listening to the Discord as well, like I said, folks, you definitely got to come in, pop in. If you just want to come take a look at it and head on out, no problem, But yeah, it's a good time in the Discord. Still holding the trade. If you want to scalp it, you can always could have took this little bit of scalp here, been out of the trade, just waiting to get right back in. This is the stuff I'm talking about. We can gain this all at once, or you can gain it going up. If you take your patience, and you can take this up and down and make a little bit more as you go up. So, or you can just sit back like I'm doing now, and I'm just going to go ahead and not work as hard and not go in and scalp. So. Remember, I got this support line right here at the top of this channel. There we go. Kind of put that there to keep our eyes on it. Let's go and make it red. Okay, now see, now it's tampering with this channel. Getting ready to, if it can't hold this, I'll get confirmation on the next ticker. Hopefully it won't be a falling dagger. But if it falls back in the zone, I'm out of it because I know it's going to come back down and retouch this. Just as much as I know it's been holding this support here. Okay, I'm out of the trade. Get my entry ready. I'm ready to enter at any given time. Remember I said, folks, I want to let it come back down to the bottom of this channel, because that's probably what they're just probably pushing a little bit lower. I'm seeing the sales flicker over here. The volume is gaining, not as fast as it was about an hour ago. But I do know that we can, I have the support line here. So even if you were into this trade for, let's just say, 30 seconds there, the last 5 minutes, you could have took it from, where is this, that 163 entry. That's where I'm at right now. I was on my first entry right before I just sold. You could have, I could have been profited more by selling at that 171. You know, so now even if this wants to run a channel from here to here, I can still play that back and still just, you know, I'm keeping making money as it's just running just through a few cents. It all adds up. So all depending on how many shares, and like I said, it's all about the profit. It's all about the percentage, not the dollar. Hold on a second. Let me go contact Discord real quick. I'm still in the trade, or not in the trade yet. I'm looking for a buy. Just started lifting up right here. There it is. Okay. I'm in. I got my confirmation. 1, 2, 3 confirmations. Got an upward trend. 4 confirmations. Came off the bottom of our channel. 5 confirmations. I got my second candle. Third will be that confirmation. See how everything kind of like adds up. You need to take everything in consideration here. Okay, there's our third confirmation. We're definitely coming back. As you notice, we have the 55 now crossing over the 100 again, getting ready to go right back into that golden cross. It's going to, you know, it's going to take 1 or 2 candles for it to pop up, because I don't see the buys come in that fast. So it's going to walk. The 55 is going to walk through all these, but first we're going to get the reaction of the 200 and 100. Then after that, we'll get the reaction of the 55 over the 100 and the 200, which will put us into that golden cross. There's our next confirmation line. We just broke. Now we're just back to the same position where we were before. We're up above over that channel. Can we hold it, you know, to carry on? Looks like from here, that what I was talking about, how they just push it back, and now it's ready to take off again. So I'm going to give myself another some sort of reference without making too many scribbles on here, because remember, simple is better. Watching my trade at the same note. Sometimes when you have too many lines going on, it confuses your mind. You know, I'm not saying you forgot anything. It's just your mind is taking that little extra time to process. You cut down some of those things, you get a nice clean vision, nice clear view to it. Okay, now see how it started flickering a little bit? Let's get some more buys in here. I think 169 is a great price. You know, we got that 170. You know, even number, psychological number 2. If we can't break below this 69, you know, people are gonna go get it for that 170. So we got the oscillator. We have the volume coming down on that. We haven't got no big candles yet, but here it goes. Now we're getting some volume. This is our next level. Okay, let's just stair step this now. So let's take a little bit longer so you can anticipate. Yep, I'm going to be in this trade a little bit longer as well. Being prepared for a fallen dagger at any given time. Fallen knife, however you prefer to phrase it. I mean, literally, my finger's on the trigger. So, and when I mean in that sense, I mean my sell button. I'm out. Taking a minute or a second. And yes, confirmation I'm out of the trade. Now I'm going to start setting up for my next entry. And basically what I've already paid myself back for what I put in the first time. Made money twice out of it. And now I'm going there with, actually I still have a little bit of my money, about 30% of my money in, the rest is house money. So next pull, I'm going to pull out the rest of my initial investment, and now I'm literally riding on house money. Don't forget your stop losses, very important. I don't use them because I don't like the market to know. I think it's just giving them more information, but it's more riskier by doing it the way I'm doing it, but it's my style. It's how I like it. And it works. and if the trade's going too slow for you, at any time, just go ahead and bail. Or like I had mentioned, go ahead and set your alarms. Work on something else. Unless you need that powder that you've already expended or spent on this. If you need to pull it out and go move it somewhere else to move it faster, more power to you. I get nervous when I get, gas guys in the trading floor. I get nervous after like 10 minutes of being inside a fucking, be inside a trade. Yeah, I'm on the 30 seconds too because I want to catch that advantage. This thing wants to throw some really thick, 2 or 3 candles here on the 30 seconds. Then I want to be able to take advantage of that, even if I have to sell half along on the way up, just to reassure that hey, I got my money back now, and at the end of the day, if it falls back right now, I can I still have house money to go back in again and start compounding. Currently, right now, we are up 58.82 since open on this stock here. We're at $1.66. We have 35.70 million in volume with an average of 215.76 thousand. So we got the volume there. Let's go look at the overall market. We know SPY is up on an upward trend. We keep an eye on this as this is moving too. You can, those can see it now. You can see the second stage of the channel. So let's kind of show you what I'm seeing here. Let's just call it like that. So there's the next step. So like I said, that's what I was explaining. If we would have popped, yes, you would have made that money, but you would just made that percentage only. Rather than when you come up and down, we're going to take our time going up. Look how many times you're pulling out of there and you're gaining. So whether that was a 28% move, you would have made 36%. Because you've already came in and out. But that's all up to you. How long you want to trade, your style, whatnot. Some people get angry, call them paper handers. Me. Like I said, our number one job here is to protect your assets. That's it. That's your number one job. And definitely don't be using mortgage money, rent money, that type of thing. If you're talented enough, more power to you, but definitely don't be using credit cards. And if you do, you better put that stuff right back. And keep in mind too, never take a trade because a buddy or because I said so. Make sure you take the trade because you think or you see it. That's the best way. Yes, we do get information off of friends. Hey, we got this moving, but at the end of the day, it's my choice why I'm going into it. Just because that trade failed, I'm not going to go back to my associate that informed me on it and say it's all your fault. Okay? Because one, he didn't tell you to go into it. That's not what we're here for. And it's all a learning lesson. Like I said, just rinse and repeat. Learn from your mistakes. If you fall down, don't just take it off, rub it off, or don't get all upset. Definitely, there's certain trades you definitely got to stand up and walk away and breathe for a second. But you find where you went wrong, and you fix it. You learn something for it because, for God's sake, you just paid money for that loss. So you got at least you get something out of what you lost. You get something for your money. You learned a lesson and you apply that lesson for your future trades. Kind of get a little bit of a trend line here, and that will kind of help us tell us about the timing on it. As you can see, I'm already getting nervous on how long I'm already in it, but I'd rather take our time here, explain what I do. Like I said, if you have any questions, please step into Discord. If not, please smash that like and subscribe. It really helps. So, I'm counting on right now my SMI to make this turn and stay on this trend line. You can see right now that it's already swooping up to pick it up. Yes, the RSI is coming down, a little bit of divergence there, but the oscillator is thinning out. We're ready to have the bulls right back, you know, and get those volumes. Remember, like I said, trend lines are something for you to follow. So it's okay to move them because you want the accurate information. You don't want that wrong information. So what's your ego going to do there? It ain't helping nothing. Move those trend lines. You know, you have to. You know what I mean? On the day trend lines, you don't really want to mess with those. You shouldn't have to. But if you're, especially on the 30 seconds, for example, then yes, I mean, you're going to be moving them. It's just one more piece of confirmation. If that one ain't working, that's fine. I can just look at right here. There's 14 different confirmations I can ask out of this chart. It's much like a set of blueprints. You know, it's really not that hard. If you ask the question out of the chart, it will tell you. Don't think about it all at once. Just like a house and blueprints. You know, most people look at the whole blueprints. They get all nervous and frustrated. But blueprints are not that hard. They're very simple because they're there to answer a question. So you ask the question, you open up to that page, get your answer. You forget about all the other pages between it. It's very simple. So just like charts, they have so many. Just got to ask the question. Sometimes you need a indicator to translate for you to get those answers, but if that makes any sense. But still on the trade. I have this red line here for support. That's the top side of that last channel. So I know right now what I want to do. I want to get up and out of this channel. This is our point where we have to get up and over. So we kind of like almost guess seeing how it's working right now. Let's say if the next channel were to come up, it'll be up to this. It looks like almost evens out to that next the next box. So for example, what I'm looking at right here, this is if it does, just at least I have a plan if it does continue doing this stair step. So I can see that, hey, we got anytime a line crosses a line, more times than none, something's happened. It will show a reaction. So that's why I anticipate when I see stuff like this or stuff like this. So took about this long for it to do this change again. So we can anticipate just trying to get timing. When I pull up the trading view, as we go further, you'll see how I can get some the EMAs over there are a lot more. They're pronounced more loud over there. They have more space in between them. Gives you more of an idea what they do. All right, I don't like that at all, so I'm out. I lost on that trade. I think. Wait till it comes up. See, and most would just still in there because remember you got in down here if you haven't got out, so you're still good if you're still in the trade from the beginning. So actually, let's do that. Again, movie trend lines. That one didn't work. Kind of worked there for a while there, but until it fell out, that's fine. What do? You go back and you adjust. So, you can see we're in range of this one, so we got to hold that line if we want to continue up. If not, you know that we're coming right back down for that retest of that support. So also using that trend line, I'm looking at, okay, well, if it holds this and shows strength, I know we're coming right back on trend. So I'll be me looking for an entry at that point. So I'm recognizing a pattern already. I can already see this is going to be base. So I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye for an entry right here. We're going to do that. Okay, what I want to see the completion of this trend. Okay, so I want to see in the next 30 seconds, how is it going to react when these cross? You can see that the RSI is ready to scoop right over. It's pinched together right now. Legs are closing. I do notice here in the background that we do have the EMA ready to cross to the upside. So we want that light blue. I know it's hard to even see. Here we go. We're waiting for this crossover right here, these two lines, for confirmation. Look like it's crossing right now. See how I say, you know, something always happens if your lines make sense. Something always happens on a crossing, whether it's here, up there. You know what I mean? It's just, you know, when I say up there, like way over there. I have this open up so you guys can see. Right now we're in a death cross. We want this to cross over, so now we're waiting on confirmation from here. Next confirmation would be the 55 crossing over the 100. And we're always going to keep these in mind right now too, because you can see here's our midway point. The bears are getting ready to leave town, and the bulls are just rolling up right now. So as this gets smaller, these legs are going to pinch together. RSI got the confirmation of it. We're just waiting on the SMI. So this is my entry point. I'm seeing another channel right in between here. Still holding my trade. I was getting ready just as fast as I bought it, I was about to sell it. Just in case it wanted to drop down to this point in that trend line. Because see how it was building a trend line here? Now we just broke that trend line. That just saved us. So it's found that support here. Confirm my entry on this one because it closed. I'm going to go ahead and remember, especially you get times like this, refresh your data. Stay on top of that because I've been there where it's been stuck. I didn't realize I was looking at a frozen screen. So still holding that 35.85. The interest kind of like a lost here. We gotta get more interest in here. I'm not sure it's people just waiting, or we got a bunch of neutrals here, got some sells. People that are in already just waiting for the bounce, are ready to average up, you know. So, you know, if I had, my budget was 10,000 shares, then ideally you spend 5,000, you buy 5,000 shares here. And then at this point, once you get the confirmation, go ahead and drop in your the rest of your budget on it for that movement up. Okay. So that's what a lot of people do. You'll see that over here in the times of sales. You can almost see the same person that goes in and out because, like me, I like round numbers in my trades, you know, whether it's gonna be 25, 5,000, you know, and I'm gonna use those because that's my budget, you know, it's 5,000. So hopefully I can turn that 5,000 trades or, you know, shares into 10,000 shares. That's the ideal, you know, you're compounding it and then cash out at the end, you know. So we're still caught up in this channel right here. I'll move this line up a little bit. Excuse me. Let's identify it with, let's give it a green. As you can see, we're testing that support line. Not the bottom of our from where we started, but it is testing where it's held itself. And it came down, and there's the pops. See how if we were to draw a line across right here, whenever these break down, it's going to go one way or another. So when you draw these, it'll tell you just basically how much time you got before that decision is made, and then it's time for you to figure out how much further it's going to go. So it's a beautiful entry. We're all making money. Remember, it's not about the money, it's about the percentage too. So excuse me. We're all making percentage. There we go. 1, 2, 3. It's a good confirmation. Let's see some push on it. So this is kind of like the first set, you know. So come in sets. So look at, we're not even a quarter of the way through our trade. What are we going for? $2.05. Got a decision candle happening right now. At that point, watch your thing. We already got a crossing on RSI. We already have a crossing getting set up for the SMI. I'm going to pull my trade right here. And the reason why I just pulled my trade just now is because I got a crossing on RSI. I do got a downward slope going on with my oscillator. So with the bulls are leaving. See how it's just pinched together? That was a perfect exit, if I could say so myself. So, hold on, I gotta set up my entry. I just got a confirmation from my EMAs. All right, I'm in. So, could I have stayed in between that? Yes, but I appreciate my percentage, my gains. So I just secured them. That's all I did. So, and I just reset the clock as well. I'm going to keep my eye on the oscillator here. And we need to get up and over this with the next candle. There we go. Now watch the oscillator. So get thinner. We got a little divergence going on there with the oscillator. It's way back up. Remember, we want to look around this area of that $1.72 where it got rejected last time. Remember how I say things come in threes? This will be the 1, 2. This will be the third time. If it can't break through this on the third time, you know that we're coming back down. So we need to break over that 172 to go ahead and hit our, like I said, our goal at this point is whether you want to sell 50% or you want to sell them all, wait for a retracement, but ultimately that 182 at this point is our next one. So I just saw some massive volume just come in right here with our candles. That right there will trigger the SMI and the RSI to flip open and start open its, I don't want to say that, but anyway, flipping up to the good side. So legs are opening. I said it. So there we go. We hit the top of of this channel. We got to break through. So you can see we broke over that. We had to break over that 172. We broke it. We got some strength. Start watching your buys. People are going to be watching this area of that 170. They're probably looking for a 173 right now if they can get in. But 174 most likely, that's what they're going to get. Because there's a lot of, there you go. We got that 174. We're solid in there. We do have this downtrend coming on here with our volume. So keep an eye on it. That's a little divergence there. You see, look at this and you see that. So, it's risky. Make sure you have your stop losses. Finger on the trigger. Okay, I'm seeing a little flickering here. We got a lot more buys coming in than sells. That's a support. We're going for that 182. So far, we got that 175 right now we're dealing with. High today, by the way, folks, is $2.50. So, hey, if it wants to go back, ultimately, it wants to go retest something. So if it wants to go back and retest those levels, then, that's almost dollar movement with the dollars, 60. So it's 90-cent movement, with the $1.60 investment type deal. So I like how right here we broke that trend, that downward trend again. So it's finding some support, but it's starting to trickle down. So that's telling me, guess what? Right here, I'm pulling right now. Okay. Because now I see what it's going to do. It's doing that stair stepping. So where's our next level, right? You kind of see how we're getting a pattern right here. See the distance between here. See the distance in between here. Let's go to find that distance. Wow, that's kind of interesting because that's about halfway in between where we're at now. Right? Keeping an eye. Get my re-entry set up. Okay. Oh, accidentally pushed that, so be careful. Don't hold your thumb over it too close. So I'm in. Wasn't quite ready, but I triggered it. So, was our next point? Let's just say right here. And now we can create another box. Bring that up. There we go. Now we're stutter stepping this, just like we from the get-go. How it's kind of indicated from the get-go here. That's why I started drawing these boxes. That we're just going to do a stair step up. That's fine. We're on a 30-second time frame. We're making, you're making earnings and percentage coming in and out of all this. You're taking advantage of it. So, like I said, you make more money in this method doing it this way than if it were to start running up. So you're capitalizing as much as you can off of all this. Definitely exercising our patience. Nice little wick up there. We just busted through that mid, so that is the candle. We got to keep the body up above this line. Okay. Oops, excuse me. Let me turn these guys down a little bit. I hope nobody heard that. Not proper language. I have full confidence right now in this. Just had a sip of coffee and not panicking. I do have my sell order ready. All I gotta do is push on it. It's not prematurely. Okay, you see how we're creating a pattern here. Okay, this is a bullish pattern. In Discord, we have a bunch of charts inside there that you go down, you can pan through, and showing different indicator patterns for those pattern traders. Whether you believe it or not, it does work. So, like I said, not every indicators are 100% correct. So it's just one more confirmation. Just how we found this one. We're doing our checklist. You do that rinse and repeat every single time, and do not change your ways. You will hold your strategy very well, and know its temper. So right now, I can see that we're having a little bit of problem with that line that we popped through. That's our midway point, because kind of see how it's doing that little pattern here. So we know we got to punch through this. Already got. See how the next candle opens up. I can see already now it's already pointing down, pinching down right here with the SMI, and pinching on the RSI. We have at this time 36.29 million, with an average of that 215.76 thousand. So volumes there. We got decision candle just popped up, and I'm going to close my trade. All right. And why I just closed my trade is because it's been doing the same thing, rinse and repeat, and that's fine. We know what it wants to do. Let's just play with it. Another decision candle. So I do want to see this SMI come down a little bit more, because that allows us to to climb a lot more higher, test new highs. And that's what we're looking to get right here. We want that 250 and then get right back up. So place your order, get your stop loss set. Like I said, it's not financial advice. This is for pure entertainment. Okay, so I found its support here. See how we're seeing a pattern here? So if I draw every single one of these, it's going to get literally cluttered. But what I'm seeing is this pattern right here, going straight across, creating that wedge. So the next 1 minute, next 2 bars, so yeah, next minute, we should see some more reaction to it. And hopefully it's what we want. I can see that the RSI has already found some support here. It's already wanted to kick up. And the SMI is holding the width and the legs, if that makes sense. We do want those to cross over so that we're riding on the high side. All right, let's see if it can hold right here. We need this to hold this position here, and we'll play with this little bit of a channel here until what's resetting my order, refreshing. That's fine, you know. For this trade, this in particular trade, because I was already out of it, right? So I was waiting for an entry. Okay, so that's even better for me because I feel just as confident as I do up here than where it is right now. Just a little sell-off. That's fine. Now we're going to be able to go back and gain all that percentage back. We just 2 times that. Well, I just did it like periodically 3 or 4 times, whatever. So funny thing, remember we have that trend line set. Remember, it's just a trend. It can break through it any time. But it's, excuse me, puppy. But it's just an indication that, hey, you know what? At the end of the day, we're still on the right side up. So just one more thing. It's not 100% positive. So we are starting a new upward trend. I'm going to go back in right now. The reason why I went in right now is because I just saw my EMAs just pinched together. I got my confirmation of my RSI, and I can see that the bulls are actually, the bears are actually leaving on the oscillator, and we're getting a pinch together on the SMI. I'm still in my trade. Could I got cheaper? Yes. Talking half pennies there, folks. But every little piece of gain, every little percentage means. Okay, now it's got a confirmation on that EMA here. What I'm looking at, I'll kind of zoom in for now. Remember, I said I'm watching this right here, these 2 lines, and I'm watching these. Okay, and I want to find that average point. So hopefully this next one will open up above this candle. That would definitely get a start on an upward trend, and I think we can pop that trend line right there. There it is. So we need this one to gain our volume in this candle right here to get this upward trend. Let's go ahead and drop one in real quick. I'm looking at that. Okay, that's why I said I need this candle to pump. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But at least I know the momentum of it, where it's going. It's funny, you can almost cross this, get a downtrend, and it's going to trigger over in a section. Remember, every time something crosses. So we're waiting on the SMI right now. Yep, there we go. There's our confirmation. Okay, we're going to start that upward trend. I'm just going to go back and readjust. No, it's trying. It has to hold this channel, right? We're in this funky channel right now. See, we're just in that funky channel right here. That's okay, because remember, what this does is you're setting down the brick of the watermelon, and you're just getting your energy back to run for the top side. There's no reason why it should drop from here. See, now we got the volume coming in. It's only what is it, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12. It's 12:30. So I guess we're still into Trader's lunch right now. So we'll see what happens when we come out Trader's lunch. something like that. That notion I just thought of right now. I'm out of it now. I gotta set up my reentry. I'm gonna wait before I enter this trade. I'm gonna wait till I see some green over here, some movement, because I would like to get this SMI lower, and I like to get this RSI down in more of a buying zone. Get it below the 18, get it around that 14 on the RSI. It's a confirmation candle. It just came right up. Man, we could do this all like a lot slower over on a half hour chart or whatever. We're on the 30-second right now. I'm in the trade. I'm going to trade this way. I'm going to take this, excuse me, this trade and trade it in this manner for a couple of reasons, and it allows me to explain what I'm looking for. So most trades won't be like this. Some are. It's all about how you're playing it. But this one is definitely working me more than I'm working it. We are in a death cross here. We're tampering on that trend line, but you can see that the widths between the 200 and 100 is showing more strength for the downside. Remember, we're in a death cross right now. We need these candles to flip. We need to get this 55 to flip over this 100, and then so on and so forth. Seeming to find this trend line to be support. So, but we can break it. Excuse me, my crackle voice. Get some water. Waiting for a re-entry in it. We broke our trend line. Next one, oh, we got the belly up on it. We are looking at that bottom of this channel, you know. Like I said, if it wants to do it, then I know that's where we're going to come back and retest. I'll capitalize on that, going right back up again. So currently at this time, this is the only trade rather than my my swings I'm in right now, so I can give it the time. Pay attention. Make sure you have your stop losses. Be ready for that re-entry. Get some confirmations before you go back in. Watch your charts, not mine. Remember, I do want to put that out there. I do have a 30-second delay. So before you even see my charts, you're going to, the play has already happened or it's already moving. So mind your charts, okay? Use this as just reference, okay? Please do not do your trades off of my charts. We do have a delay. So please acknowledge that and make that difference. So. Now I think about it in that way. I may adjust that and turn that delay down to about 10 seconds or something. So work on that. Another thing to work on tonight. So you see how man, I said things run in threes. See that this is one, 2, 3. You saw the wick that touched down here. Something's going to happen. Things happen, run in threes. And right now it's showing that it's going to drop down below this our green line here. Just because I see the lines opening it wider for the downside on the SMI, and I see that we have a lot more strength on the oscillator for the downside. So the bears are definitely swinging. They're pulling their weight on the bull's tails right now. But a bull's a bull for a reason. It's ready to come back with vengeance. So let's show a little bit of support there. But watch this line, 1, 2, 3. Now look at, we get to come back and capitalize on all this percentage again. There you go. Got nice candle. Came out of a decision candle. There we go. I'm in the trade now. I'll watch these right here. They still gave me I still got $1.70, so must have ticked them off. They don't like all these ins and outs. Okay, we get a second confirmation. Coming up, tampering on the bottom side of that trend line that we have set up. Let me go and open that up just a little bit brighter so it stands out more. I hear a lot of excitement in the Discord. Like I said, those haven't yet come join us on Discord. It's a lot of fun in there. Got our volume candle coming back here. Got an upward trend line popping. You guys can probably see that. We want to keep that trend line. Look for your channels. Make sure you know you got your exit plan already, your stop losses, if you're in the trade already. So there was me working, going in and out, in and out. And I think right now I accumulated, it's like real quick rough math, like 17%. Okay, by coming in and out that many times. All right. Now this may run another 20%. I mean, seeing how the volume is, we're not really getting it. It's still early. I mean, not early. I guess we're coming out traders lunch. We might get that volume spike and be able to push this thing up and really get it moving. But I think on the day, if I'm not mistaken, we called for a couple. This trend line here that I was supposed to make bigger. What'll turn it green to? We still had 2 days before we actually get that reaction on that breakout wedge. So we'll go verify that right now. We're at the bottom side, just broke over our trend. We're getting right back up on trend line. I have my order already set up to sell. And it's 14.8%. That's what I made out of coming in and out in the last 20 minutes. So these guys stay like 3% ahead of the market, right? That's what they say. $1 a day. How many work days out of a year? Or market days? Yeah. It's not bad for a year. Just 1%. All right, you got a breakout wedge starting here. Recognize those patterns. Get yourself a chart. I can say the ones out there, like I said, you know, the charts that we have inside our Discord, those you could just download yourself. You know, you could copy the image or whatnot. Because for some reason, those charts, even the posters and stuff, they get expensive. I don't know if anybody has ever searched and looked for, they actually have mouse pads. They're kind of bigger mouse pads, but it has all the cheat sheet, you know, for it. And even those are selling like $80 a piece. And you're like, come on, man. I can go get the same size mouse pad with my picture put on it for $14, you know, online, you know. So, hint, take that image. If you want that mouse pad, just send that image over and go get your $14. Don't pay $80 for a mouse pad just because it has charts on there. But, like I said, we have those charts in the Discord. Download them. Make your own poster if you printer or whatever. Post them around and just learn them. You know, as you start seeing them a lot more, you won't have to be going back to that cheat sheet, right? That's why they call it a cheat sheet anyways. You know, it's not a primary sheet. It's just to go back and cheat on. So, still in the trade. And if you hear me go silent, it's just my brain just ticking, and I'm still in the trade. I will not walk out of this trade without letting everybody know I am out of the trade or before I exit until post-market. Still feeling good. Well, I'm keeping my eye on my EMAs right now. I'm watching my walk as they walk through the moving averages. We're officially now in a golden cross. We just want to keep these legs open wide as they can. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful volume bar. Okay, so just doing, there's a big old cup and handle, maybe a yin to the yang type thing. That's good. That's a good percentage. You know what I'm saying? That's 6% right there. Just at this point. If you were to enter right then, that would have been 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 4 minute. So in 4 minutes, 6%. I mean, go get it. Yes, you work harder. Absolutely. You got to keep your eyes on it. It's not like you can sit there and do 3 of these trades at one time. Obviously this one is taking up a lot of my time, so you have to keep that in mind too. Can I make more money by working through 3 or 4 of them than me just concentrate on one? But knowing that this is the only one I'm eyeballing, I'm paying attention to, I'm not going to be overstaying my welcome here. There's other opportunities out there. Can't let greed set in, and I just saw a trigger flip over, so I'm pulling my position right now. So there you go. Close that trade with 4%. Could have got a little bit better as I was talking up here, but this is a bullish pattern still. But I'm out of it at this point because I got confirmation. See, there you go. I got confirmation on my EMAs. So get your EMAs. Like I said, if you want to know how I set up my charts, come on into Discord, and I'll be happy to walk you through setting up your charts and give me a little insight on how I feel about certain indicators, how I've used them, how they failed me. That's what it's all about. So coming back down, possibly retest this trend line. We did see how our moving averages, they've all 3 hit the brakes. It had problems up here. So this is a problem area now. Definitely with the drop that way. I've already pulled out of the trade. I got out on that candle. I'm coming back. I'm gonna go capitalize on that for 4% again. So currently right now we're at 61%, $1.69. Volume is 36.58 million with an average of that 215.76 thousand. So again, this is a 30-second chart. I do notice that over here on the other side, SPY is getting ready to pick up right now. You can see on the RSI, it's right at the bottom. We just got confirmation for the upside. We got an upward trend. So SPY is going to go to run to the top side of that channel. Got my order already placed, and I'm just ready for to get some sign that we're getting ready to turn the other way. At this point, I would gain 3% again at the same point where we exit out. So that's just adding 3% more on top of the movement up. So. And see, and you could sit here and play on off the half hour or day trade. That's fine. I want to capitalize as much as I can on this movement. That's why you hear some people say, I made 240% off of this stock today. You're like, well, dude, the stock only moved 150. Well, dude, it's not really hard to think about it. The dude worked his butt off. He came in and out of that trade a lot. So that's some props. And not only that, why I brought this up is this whole time I've secured my investment. There was no saying how it was going to react. It could just fell right out, from the get-go. Looking for an entry. Everything's all set up. Right now, what am I looking for? What just happened right now? See how we're getting a crossing right now on the EMAs. We already reacted on the RSI. And we do need to get the SMI to pinch over. So I want to see it definitely pinch over on the SMI first. No matter if this does or not. I'm feeling confident. Haven't entered yet. Because remember, we had this problem with this channel. That's the reason why we drew it. And right now we're fighting several different things. We're fighting this channel here. We're fighting the crossover. So if this pulls out of it, we are going up to retest that $1.75. All right, I just entered. Not with a lot of confidence, but I entered. I like to have seen this RSI come down a little bit long, or come down a little bit more, but I put my order to sell in. Okay, I'm ready to sell at any given time. Now I can go over here and I can find like a little bit of a trend line. Remember, it's about the percentage. You know, I understand this is, you're looking at 3 or 4 cent movements, but you got 3 or 4 cents times 10,000 shares, 100,000 shares. You see how it's more beneficial, even if it's one or 2 shares. Regardless, we're all doing the same percentage. So it's better to learn off that lower expense, to fine tune your strategy. Before really risking the biscuit type deal. So that makes sense. I didn't have the opportunity to sell. So I got caught up on this dip right here. Smart thing to do would just be pull out. I'll let this thing do what it wants to do again, but I don't want to give up this little bit of percentage. A little bit of greed setting in, isn't it? What should you do when you have greed? Walk away. But I'm still in it. Remember what we do. Trend is off. We're done using that trend line. Go ahead and find a new one. Remember I said we do want to get this SMI down some more before we get a nice little run. I don't think we have, I mean, I understand we have volume, but it's not coming that fast to be able to retest some prior highs right now. Do a little body trend line and what's happening here. Keep an eye on my EMA. Just as I'm waiting, just looking for some confirmation. Okay. Just like, you know, not because I just dropped that line right there, but you can see what my trend line. But like I said, every time something crosses in that manner, you're going to get a reaction out of it. You know? So, see that? It just gave me a negative reaction. And I'm still in the trade. See how my greed, I already told myself to get out. My greed took over. Now it's just eating up my profit at this point. So whatever that 14, whatever percent that I made back over there, you know, now I technically made 9%. But remember, 9% versus that 6%. So if I were to stay in, right now it would be 4% up. There you go, nice candle. Beautiful, beautiful punch. Crazy thing is, you didn't see the reaction in the time of sales. So, where's our timer too? Oh, it's because we're on the 32nd, that's why. Always check your data, refresh. Double check the data on this. $2.38. Let's say I will take that $2.38 too. Those are price alerts. Check out some news. See if anything's updated. Why did you just do that again? There we go. 26 minutes ago, we got Home Depot post downbeat sales. Ooh, we got a nice little wick there. Okay, looks like that's where. See, I'm gonna go back and adjust. That's what it's about. Because I like that support there. I like where he came back up. It's giving me a nice solid goal for the upside. Just gotta get out of this channel. Start setting up your, if we're not moving this fast too, you know, start looking for your I like, of course, to anticipate for the upside, but always be prepared for the downside. So I'm not going to count this candle here because that's just something abnormal. I'm going to find a basic trend line, adjust where I need to. Not that way. I want that guy. So what is the top, the bottom, where, which way? You know, let's just pull bodies on this one. Stop doing that. There you go. And let's go over, pull this. Why are you doing that again? Kind of getting tired of this weeble. All right. So I got that downtrend line. Next time I'm going to use an array. Let's go give that our down. I think this is going to do a wedge right here. Just from prior experience right there. We want this to be red. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to take this guy and we're going to delete it. I know I'm talking out loud, but sometimes you get some good information when I talk out loud. All right, down. There you go. So we're watching this pattern here. So what are we anticipating this breakout here? Remember, I like to use my indicator. Where do I think this breakout's going to go? Seeing that it's finding the support here, I think my breakout's going to be to the upside. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to mark this line. Okay, and basically document this this notion that I had that, hey, it's at this point here. So, and it's for the upside. So one thing I do, you'll see on my trading view, is when I start setting my lines, like say, for example, if I'm going to be charting on the 4 hour, I use orange. Okay. And if I'm on the half hour, I use purple. So at any given time, as I'm climbing or falling in the stock that I'm watching, I know the value of those resistant points. Obviously, a day support or resistant line has more value than a half hour or 1 minute. So that just tells me how many guards they have sitting there, if you want to look at it in that way. All right, I'm going to go ahead and move this down right here. I'm seeing that double bottom right now occurring. Did that just scare you? Watch. Oh, look, it just fell. No, it didn't. Look, it fell. No, it didn't. Oh, you could really fool somebody that manner. Huh? Look at that. Woo, look at that fall. Whoa. It's like, oh. See what happens when you start playing? But I should have actually used that 1, 2, 3 line here. So what you do, you adjust to the momentum. Constantly adjusting. Thank God for AI, right? So I got two options. I got this, follow in this trend line, or I can drop another trend line right here and maybe get get some sort of reaction and right about this point, you know. So looks to be that we're just getting out of trader's lunch, if I'm not mistaken. So, oh, there's a fallen knife. Be careful. RSI's already. Wick down to the same point. Found support here. See if it can hold the support. Give some sort of bullish pattern for the upside. So obviously it broke this trend line, right? I guess you can still pull on it if you want, I guess. But this actually should be moved over here now. But we'll see what happens. This can always pop right back up and continue on this trend to this wedge and break out, but time will tell. I am noticing the legs, how wide they are. They ain't gonna cross when they're that wide apart, right? So keep an eye on my EMA. EMAs are still it's on the downside, just looking for a trigger. Looks like the RSI, have we at the bottom? We're down at the 18 or 11 mark, right? Yeah, so we're at that point of turnaround just about. I think it might come down a little bit more. And then we're going to get that swing to the upside. And you can see right here that we're completing this downward trend. No other place but the up, right? So, see if we get this to pan down. It might even pick it up off that same point. So, see all the, look at all this information that is out there, that we've already picked up with these lines. Yes, it looks busy, but imagine if you were just charting in that manner. Okay, I wouldn't have known what is coming or what could come. Okay, so when people say that technical analysts or whatever, okay, don't make a difference. There's no point of me, no given point why I'm bringing this up, but I hear that, that doesn't make sense. Well, I'm sorry. Whatever, if it doesn't make sense, it sure doesn't make sense how I just made that money. I just made those gains in between this downfall and pulling these pumps. So the only way I was able to do so was off my charting. We just got the crossover on our EMA. It's ready to flip. So that's why I enjoy showing what I do here. By the way, I'm in the this play now. I just pushed purchase. So why I show this and why it's so important to know you don't necessarily need to know charting or the I don't know how to explain this. You saw what I just did. That was very very simple. In and outs didn't really take that much. It took time more than anything, not knowledge. But the only way you were able to capitalize on a situation is by doing this, drawing these lines, and whether they make sense to me, that's all it matters. I hope it makes sense to you guys, but at least this is a road that you guys can go down to find things that make sense for you, and find your own strategies that you trust. No sense to be in a trade that because your buddy said so, or playing on a rumor. This is stuff you physically see, which is interesting because if I'm getting ready for a sell right now. You know what? I'm gonna use this 167 to be my no-go zone. So, but if you learn this stuff and you trust it, I implore you to go look at SPY, and that will tell you where our market's at, where our world economy is. There's a lot of different charts you can look that will read out the same way, but people really don't know unless they see it, and I don't blame them because that's how I don't believe until I see something. And when you go in and chart where our world is and what we're dealing with, and especially what we just went through, if you're still here, pat yourself on the back. 2, get ready. There's a lot of, it's I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but me personally, I see it get a little bit worse. I don't want to use that lightly. I don't want to lie to anybody, but I see it get a lot worse than before it gets better. So that's just my point of view. God, I hope I'm wrong. Like I said, not always right, but I got to set up for a re-entry. Took a little bit of loss on that. So point though. But if you ain't first, you're last, right? I better be in the play than not the play. So just waiting for some indicators to let me know I feel positive about this and ride it right back up. Take all this profit like we just did. Rinse and repeat. Hey, doesn't really have to move that much. We're gaining. Alrighty. Like I said, I could have, like I explained up here, you could set your alarms, walk away, do another trade or whatnot. But by now, I would have been out of this trade. Not out, I just would have carried on. But I think this is a great example. So simple for everybody to understand. Things move a lot faster on the trading floor, so it's not moving that fast right away for you. Come in the trading floor, it's a lot more aggressive. And a lot more ins and outs, a lot of different trades going on. But this is primarily an education channel. So we'll utilize this time right now to hopefully teach somebody something new, or somebody can say, hey, you know what, Bullfrog, you are wrong about that, and bring it to my attention. Hopefully help me with my trades. That's what it's all about here. And those that don't know yet, or haven't been there yet, but tomorrow is Wednesday, so we got Wednesday Hump Day Madness going on in Discord. So definitely tune in for that and come and check it out. It's a lot of fun, hoots and hollers. Hump Day Madness this Wednesday in Discord. We don't have a petting zoo, but we do have a guy who runs around on a funny looking horse. It's very entertaining. Possibly we'll stream a movie or a fight. We'll see. Hump Day Madness. Be there or be square. There we go. Patience. See, that's funny how we got that candle, but there was no time of sales, right? So all of a sudden we're getting all this movement. Don't tell me that 200 shares right there just did that. So I think it's starting getting a little fishy here with this. Haven't gained that much volume, 36. So your risk factor just went up in this. Creating a decision candle. Still hasn't broken that downward trend. Now it has. Starting to get a little wickety whack. I want to see this start getting wickety whack over here. When you start seeing barcoding and stuff like that happen, it's like somebody getting scared. Or you start shaking before the fight type thing. Start seeing barcode, and then you start seeing a takeoff. To here as we're waiting on that. I'm go check in with chat. They say I don't check on it enough. I know why they want me to check on it, because all they want to tell me is yak, 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 yak. Door keeps saying turn up the volume. I'm not playing that. Let me check over here. Oh, there we are. Duh. Did this thing halt? It halted this morning, I believe. Wonder if we'll get another hold out of it. What's our 30-minute looking like? RSI wants to turn, but the SMI doesn't yet. We are getting smaller here. 4 hour legs are wide open, ready to go. All right, 4 hours, still looking for that retest of that $2.50. So hopefully we get to see it today. All you can do is be there and be prepared. Charts are starting to look like RJ's. Scribbles everywhere. Just joking. Oh, no, 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 I don't want to cancel. I just want to hide them. There you go. Kind of get a clear view. Look, we got this kind of like this pattern starting to set up, right? But you could definitely see this channel. Here's the high side. Here's the bottom. So did wick up twice. We'll see what happens on the third. Keep an eye on that EMA. Remember, keep an eye on your charts. We do have that delay. So what you see here, in fact, happened 30 seconds ago by the time you see it. SPY's looking bullish. Again, we're playing that channel. And we're gonna do this. Whoop. Oh, don't want that. I like that to be support. Let's just go ahead and add one. Why not? One more line. Geez, this thing's running slow. I should put some elevator music on. Probably runs faster. So, folks, if you want to hold on to this ticker, I'm going to go ahead and move over to Discord here. If anything starts reacting really hard on this, I'll pop back in. So, definitely tune in. Like I said, join us in Discord. That's where I will be, and yeah, the link and the QR code right there. Links in the description at the bottom, and QR codes right there in the corner. That'll bring you right into Discord, and yeah, we'll keep on track of this. So hope to see you guys there. And like I said, I'll be back if something pops. And if you want, we will leave this chart up. And let me go back over. Put this one on auto. Speaking of auto, we got auto in our Discord. Most people don't know that. Okay. Like I said, I'll be back if things change. But keep your eyes on it, and definitely don't forget your stop losses. Hey, Trader Fam, I am back. So, here it is, quarter till 8 o'clock on East Coast time. It is getting close to 5 o'clock here on the West Coast. You got Bullfrog here. Kind of after, since we last spoke, played a little bit more of that MICS, but it just wasn't moving fast enough, so I pulled off of it. Had some things I had to take care of over the backside, so didn't really play much. But towards the end, I did see a couple movers that got my interest. Applied, by the way, did very well in that applied trade in pre-market. And I saw that today during the day. It was getting some movement as well. So be keep an eye on that applied. And let me go back over to here. We got a SPY today. It is, like I said, about 10 more minutes. Right now, we're at $410.83. Today high was $412.82. The low was $10.24. So you can see it kind of played a channel all day. That was kind of like anticipated a little bit this morning. Like one of those things. It was saying it was going to run, but it didn't. How can the market really mess with us? They did their job and they ran it sideways. So burn up some delta or whatnot possibly. But let's go back over here to our day trading chart. And day trading, and so you can see here towards the end of the day that we had that run up and then paused out. 1 second, let me make sure I did trade that or close that trade. Yeah. Okay. So it went ahead and hit it. Try to retest the high from today of that $2.50. I still believe that it still has more into it. We're finishing up the day with 39.61 million with an average of 861,000. So the volume definitely was there today. You can see along the way people were pulling their profit. Don't blame them. I was doing the same thing. But so I'm still going to keep an eye on this. Let's go back over. Let me pop this up right here. Let's go over to our 4 hour just to see if this is going to be something. By the way, that 1 minute is setting up. That's a bullish pattern. So looking like it's going to go back up, retest that 148 before close. Let's go back over here to the 4 hour. What's happening with the 4 hours? This thing got some movement for tomorrow. Unless we get some more news or we get some volume coming in pre-market, then yes, this might be a play for tomorrow. But the 4 hour, it seems that we're losing the oscillator, and it is starting to pinch together, on the SMI. So RSI did hit the top. It does want to come back down, so we need to get some volume inside there to be able to get this thing to turn around and maybe balance out tomorrow. So tomorrow, even if we finish the day, we're just playing a little range between this 145 and just say that 150, the psychological level there. If it wants to stay right in there, I'll be just fine with it. I would hope that it doesn't close around that 150, maybe a little bit less, because that would complete our bullish pattern and for the upside. Go back on the EMA here. You can see that the EMAs have crossed their legs and it's going into a downtrend, so you definitely want to keep your eyes on that. And then you want to check out, oh, you know what? Damn it. Sorry, folks. I forgot to turn down the volume once again. I'm just going to leave this background music off. How about that? Okay, so hopefully you're all there listening. Didn't catch that last part. That darn background music wasn't shut off again. So, SPY, I don't know if you caught that little bit of that SPY deal. SPY did what it did, what we anticipated this morning. It had plenty of room to get to the upside. We asked how can the market really screw us over, excuse my my language, but they did what they do. They ran it sideways, possibly burn up delta or whatnot. But go back to what I was saying here on the this MICS. We went and pulled out about right after market, I kind of like pooped out there, and that's when I pulled my position. It is coming back down to and consolidating on the lower time frame. We do if tomorrow we only play in between this, like I said, this 144 to that 150 psychological level. I would hope it would close a little bit lower than that 150 so that we can complete this bullish pattern and then get some more upside and do a retest. But right here on the 4-hour, we are getting pretty high. We're about three quarters of the way up on the SMI, and we have the oscillator that we're losing volume in. So the bulls are leaving, and the bears are ready to take over on this. So we'll definitely keep an eye on it and see if how it does in pre-market tomorrow. Today it closed with a high of $2.50 and a low of $1.25. We got about 39.61 million with an average of 861. So maybe keep an eye on it. Maybe there's something that, like I talked about, you don't want to get caught on the backside of it. Is there money made? Yes, but your risk level is a lot more higher. Okay, so towards the end of the day, we noticed, is brought to our attention by RJ on the trading floor, that Excella started doing something. It's getting interesting. So definitely in a buy zone. Let me see if I can put that up. So XELA. So here's Excella here in post market. You can see that we went ahead. This is the 4-hour, so we definitely climbed back up, came to top on that double top right here. It's not quite a double top. It is a downward trend pattern. So you might see a little bit of a pullback tomorrow. Look we can notice what's happening here with the moving averages. We are setting up for a golden cross. We had our 55 cross over our 100, and we have our 100 crossing over our 200. So it's definitely setting up. And remember, when we go into a golden cross, what does the stock like to do? It likes to come down. So we're going to see a little bit of that pullback as we continue through these EMAs. I'm sorry, the moving averages. And always keep in mind that we have the EMAs there, that we definitely got to make sure that we're on the right side of the line. So RSI still got some room. We just got up over the 80, so we're in a vulnerable spot. Still got some room to play. Not much, but some good news, good volume. We could definitely break some new highs. So today here on Excella, we had a high of $7.89 and with a low of $2.66. So folks, that's some good trade. Congratulations to those that were inside that. They make some pretty good gains there. So congratulations. Today we're closing with a volume of 54.78 million, and we had an average of 1.53 million. So Excella, something is this something we want to look at for tomorrow? Definitely. Let's look at the days range. We're on the SMI, which is a very important one. We're low enough, so we have plenty of room for growth. On the RSI, we're at the bottom of the channel, so we have plenty of room for growth there. So definitely Excel will be something on my list tomorrow. If we can keep this volume up and keep the interest, it's going to be beneficial. So that's the Excel. What else were we playing with? Let's see. Tampa Miguel, GCTX or GCTK kind of got my interest. Definitely got to wait to see what kind of, or get some more confirmation on it. So that's GT or GCTK. Okay. So glue track. So you can see right here on the daily, it kind of gives you an idea of what I'm seeing. You notice how this pattern works. It's found its bottom. It did a little jump up. That's the type of move I want to expedite, especially on a 43 cent here in the aftermarket. From 43 cents and get a return of that $3.50. You've done a very good job on that trade, and you're gonna be adding up some. I don't know what that is, 8x. But it won't be a great 8x. It'll be probably like a 6x. But it'd be a good move up. So something like this, I would anticipate you're going to get in one day. As you can see on the daily chart here, that this process right here was 1, 2, 3. This all happened in a 4-day period. So it's not bad for a 4-day swing trade, to be honest, from this price and run that back up to 375. So gonna keep my eyes on it. It's not ready to punch yet. You got to get that confirmation first. On the 30-minute, you can see that we are coming down, creating a downward trend. We're hitting at the bottom of this channel here, so we'll keep an eye on this channel. When I see we're over the halfway point, I'm gonna start keeping my eyes on it and start watching the order flow come in. So that's something that we're gonna keep an eye on for tomorrow. We had some aftermarket movers, not much. The market really was stale towards the end of the day. So let me put that a little bit stale towards the end of the day. It's kind of what you get when you have a sideways market. But for the most part, let's see if there's anything exciting here. SPXC currently at $78. That seems to be a little bit of post-market movement. We got EPOW. We have MF. What else? GREE. That's been on the charts a little bit here recently. That is GREE. That is George Robert Edward, and currently right now it's at $4.19. So keep an eye on that for tomorrow. Seeing it's starting to move at the end of the day. Another one that we play on the floor is Keys. That's KEYS. Something definitely to keep an eye on. Currently it's at 157 with 157.31 cents. So make sure that is within your budget, and you're definitely it's worth your risk. So you would have to get a significant kind of bounce. I'm not talking about $1. I'm talking about $5 or $10 with that kind of investment. So keep those in mind. Make sure you got your budgets on that. Another one that that I'm going to be looking into, and maybe we'll pull that up real quick, is this HLTH. So let's pop that up real quick as we come into the close of post market. Where it is. Okay, HLTH. It should have some lines on there. HLTH. Is that right? Yep, HLTH, and yep, that's a Q Health. Another healthcare. This is in the health care sector. So I love playing those. I love playing therapeutics. I like playing the bio. The bio plays. So right now, this is what we're looking at right now. You can see that on the 30-minute, we did come off a bottom. It looks like ding, ding, ding. That is the close of post-market here. So, but let's go back to possible display for tomorrow. If we could pull enough volume on it. But this is HLTH. That's Henry Larry Thomas Henry. On the 30-minute, you can see that we already hit bottom. Bottom was at 61 cents. Currently, right now, we're at 69 cents here in the aftermarket. At close, we had a 0.19%, and the aftermarket, we're able to bring that up to a 7.40%. So, did a little bit of movement here in the after hours. Today's highs, it opened at 65 cents, so today's high was 71 cents, and the low was 62 cents. Current volume on it is 351,000, and with an average of 347,000. So got up and over average. Something definitely to keep an eye on for tomorrow. Let's go back over here to our daily. Daily, you can see we're about halfway on the RSI, but it did this big leap from the bottom up. That's a whole lot of carrying those bricks and those watermelons. So you got to give it time to sit down and rest. I think that's what it is, and it's going to continue doing this upward trend. Okay, it still has a lot more that's ready to go. So definitely we'll have this on the radar for tomorrow. The SMI is low. We're below the belt line, darn near down towards the bottom. So that says on the daily we have plenty of time for growth for the upside. So we saw the half hour. We're topping off on the RSI. But same thing that we just said. It looks like it's about turn around to go to the upside. So we got to watch this oscillator. Let's keep the bears up above. It seems like we have more time up above the oscillator than below it. That's a positive sign for the upside as well. Currently on the minute, right at close, it was set up for a bearish pattern here. So it was getting the RSI just to drop down. You can see that the legs were closing up here and it's starting to pinch. And the same thing with the SMI. It did come down below, but it wants to pick itself up and come up. Oscillator says the same thing. We got some more upside. So this will be another one that we want to be looking at tomorrow. There is anything else that I see this evening, I will go and post inside our trading floor. So, if you haven't yet, step into trading floor, check out what we have for the news and what kind of insights we got. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate and ask one of us, or if not myself. We'll be happy to show you around, or if not, get you to, or find out what you need to know, for the most part, if we have that answer. So definitely, please hit that like and subscribe. That helps out with the YouTube algorithm. It gets us out and seen to more people, to where we can come out and help more viewers like yourself. Today, let's see where everything closed at. Dow Jones closed down. It was negative 1.02%. We had the Russell 2000. That was negative 1.47%. S&P 500. It was down 0.67%. And NASDAQ is still currently up 0.11%. So we had a great day. At the end of the day, the only thing that really held itself was NASDAQ. So let's look at those plays for tomorrow. Remember, we still have the anticipation of SPY coming back up and doing some retests. So hopefully they'll give us a little break. It can break loose a little bit on us, but only time will tell. So I appreciate everybody joining me today. And like I said, stop by Discord if you get a chance. But definitely hit that like and subscribe so we continue doing what we're doing and helping people out there. Again, you got Bullfrog here, and thank you for joining Bullfrog and TA. So we'll see you guys tomorrow for some coffee and about an hour before the market starts. So we'll be starting at 8:30 Eastern time, and we look forward to seeing what the day has ahead of us. So God bless everybody. Have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.